And we are live. We are live. Hello, everyone that's listening, that's watching, and people that will see this future stream. And also, I'm going to talk about some interesting topics, to some political things, to some alien stuff. And we're also going to go live tomorrow night as well. All good. And hello, Amanda. Nice to have you here. Go to the other screen. Alright. So we have Russia threatening a nuclear war. We have some interesting information about the Israeli people studying the aliens and some of the history stuff about it, and some other current events and things in society. And of course, we're going to start off with a game. And also, you do the same too, Amanda. That's funny. Yeah. And also now, alright, greetings. Now, we will begin the game, and also add some music to it as well. Here we go. Alright, got the game part. Okay, now switch music. Now turning on the music. Switching gears here. Okay, smooth sailing. Alright, here we go. Interdimensional. Alright, here we go. Something, the volume is a certain way or something, you'll have to let me know. If you have any questions or anything. Okay. Here we go. I believe this is the pirate port. Yeah, so how was everybody's weather? Today we got a lot of nice rain. And that was good, because we had much needed rain for the region. And also, let's see. Alright, Amanda. Understood. Okay. So basically, as I was saying, so we had much needed rain. Okay. Alright. Okay, Amanda, thank you. Okay. Alright. It was beautiful over there. Okay. That's good. Okay, Amanda, thank you. Alright. So basically, as I was saying, so I love the rain and the stormy weather. And that's basically what we had. And it was very nice. And it's good for the plants and the rest of the garden that's there. And that was all good. And I was reviewing some of the content I'm going to make videos about and do. Yes, it is good I got rain. Yes. And also, another thing that I did was I was watching the video. Well, not watching, I was monitoring the video, and Bubbles' his brother and Sparkles eating the food. That got 10,000 views and some more subscribers. Shout out to all of them. And that was really cool. And that went viral. It was nice. And it's so funny with those cats. I love them. And I'm glad that other people can enjoy the cats and stuff too. And yeah, because it's good, because when we don't have rain for a long time, it's bad for the grass, because we have these like fire warnings. And it cools everything down, and as I said, it's good that, you know, the AC's doing very well. So what happened with the AC was, it's like there was the unit and the guy came, and he asked about the channel. His name's Rick, shout out to him. And he was wondering about, the air conditioning, and we checked it, and everything looked like it was fine clinically. And then over here, behind the filter. So there is a filter behind the filter, and that was the problem. But before that, we checked the unit and it was okay. And then he wanted to check inside, and then we checked inside, and everything looks like it was going pretty good. But he went under there, and and behind the other one, the filter behind the other filter, there's this old filter that was there. He put kind of in the top part for some reason, and he took it down, and now the air is blowing like a tornado. So I had very cool air, and it was nice and rainy. And I talked to my old friend today, not the one that did this stuff with the aliens. It's another friend I knew from like before that, from school, and he and I had some jokes and some good conversations today. So I talked to an old friend, and I got some packages off. Got some packages for my family off the porch, and it was a good day. And I hope everybody else had a good day, and a good weekend coming. And yeah, so that's what's going on with that. And I have some new peppers I'm going to be harvesting. And yeah, shout out to Bubbles and Bubbles' brother. Those are some cool cats. Yeah, and yeah, with these scorpions, I like sneaking. And there's some new stuff coming out about the Titanic. There's some skulls here. It's pretty cool. I never saw that before in my life. They add something new to this game. I don't know if that's supposed to. It's a glitch, but I think let's just say that's supposed to be there. And Bubbles is playing with his toy on the floor. And yeah, so all these skeletons, these like corpses of these dead pirates are just kind of stuck in the ground there. It's pretty cool. And yes, it is great, Amanda. Yes, certainly. Yeah, the Harry Potter game. Speaking of Harry Potter, I was just looking up old movies from back when I was growing up, and I saw Harry Potter was one of the ones I was looking at, so that's some synchronicity right there. And it's pretty cool. Yeah, I liked Harry Potter. I saw all the movies. And I didn't read all the books, but I've read like parts of them. No, I read one. Yeah, I read the first one. And also, I like reading. As I got older, I liked reading even more. Because there was just other things I was doing when I was a kid, but I liked basically doing those things. And Harry Potter's cool movies, and also the good books, because the books, as I got older, I read more about them. Obviously, my girlfriend, she really liked it. And like the books are more descriptive than the movie. Like, you learn more from the books. I think that probably goes with everything, in my opinion. And I think that's something most people could agree on. Someone at my school at one time thought that the movies were better, but I mean, the books are better. And if y'all have thoughts about that, y'all could say below. But basically, we got to read all but the last one. Yeah. And also, basically, with Harry Potter, they were, it's very good. It's very nice and spooky, and this pirate game is like that. And you have the books, which is I need to catch up on them, because I did read the first one and parts of the other ones, but yeah. So, but I have them, and because her and I were talking about that, how the books were better, and she went to the place where they have the Harry Potter amusement park. That's pretty cool. And when I was a kid, like a teenager and stuff, I used to wear glasses, and I would wear the like circular glasses, and everybody said I looked like Harry Potter. It was pretty cool. That was my nickname. So like before it was Alien, it was Harry Potter. I remember I was Harry Potter for Halloween when I was a kid. Yeah. That was pretty cool. It's a really good book, really good books, and really good movies. Yeah, but it is like Harry Potter. And this is like a Harry Potter from the Caribbean, because it was still part of the British people. They're both part of like British history, but this is like from the earlier part, from the Pirates of the Caribbean. Yeah, thanks, Amanda. Yeah, so it was like Pirates of the Caribbean, pretty much, because they had pirates, you know, and they did that kind of stuff, like, because they were part of the British, and they had the similar culture, obviously, because England doesn't really change. It keeps its culture for generations. Like, it doesn't really like change too much with their traditions, and so like they brought like, it's like Harry Potter but in the Caribbean, so that's why there's similarities. Yes, it was, Amanda. Certainly. Yes, it was. Oh, I have a jacket about Harry Potter, because I like the Slytherin, and I also like but I like the red coat, and I like the green coat too, but I have to like the red coat, and it's from Harry Potter's part, like, and don't quite remember. I know the name, but it was like, yeah, where he was. It wasn't the Slytherin one, it was the other one. And I have that jacket. And you know, it's right over there, actually. I'll go and get it over here. BRB. Be right back. Alright, so this is the Harry Potter jacket I have. See, and it has his... I'll shine a light on it. Right there. And also, I got it back when I was in high school, my senior year. It goes with my headphones. It's really cool. And if y'all want to see it on a bigger screen, I can put it on a bigger screen. Let's see what's it called. Gryffindor. Yeah. That's the one I got. I like the red coat. Thanks, Amanda. I'm glad you like it. Yeah, I remember I used to, when I'd go to my school and I'd visit them, like the year after I graduated, I wore this here. I wore that. Hello, Sarah. And Sarah says, popping in to say hello, waiting to check in luggage and get a low battery notice. Run. We'll be at the gate area in like an hour. Okay. Well, hello, Sarah. Thank you for coming to chat. Glad that you came and joined us. And yeah, you're coming over to the States. That's awesome. And it's SC Wolverines. Shout out to boy SC Wolverine's in the chat. What does he say? Wonder if his brothers remembers a guy named Big Mike playing LB for the Steelers. That was funny. Nice to have you here. Yeah. So. Okay. Okay. I understand. Well, what's he doing? Oh, let's shoot this thing. All right, Sarah. Thank you. And he retracted a message. And well, let's go help this dude out. SC, I guess it's like my dude, he was like, he thought he was in the wrong chat for a second, but yeah, but whatever you're saying, I agree with you. I think that makes sense. I don't know too much about what you're talking about, but yeah, it makes sense. But maybe I said something, maybe it's from another dimension. Yeah, that could be true. Maybe there's an interdimensional thing going on. And yeah, glad to have you all here. And I said, this is an old jacket. Remember when I was doing my stuff in high school with my friends? And I got it. Remember, all of us still had the Star Wars jacket. It's like a gray jacket with the Star Wars thing on it. And I wore that when I was exploring my friend's house down the street in the hood. And I made great trades and great explorations down there and saw cool things. And also, yeah, I remember I'd be in the car with them, business. Nice. And also, yeah, so my girlfriend, she was in like a grade below me, and I graduated and she was still there, and I would visit her sometimes and the other people, my friends there. And also, so yeah, this jacket's good memories, and it's Harry Potter. I'll show it again. I will flash it again. And what's he say? I was watching a video on YouTube. Well, I talk about Obama all the time with the gay stuff he did. So that might be a memory lap. Alright, so there it is. Should be better. Alright. It was, yeah. Okay. Let me know if that works better. So that's the jacket, and if y'all want me to show you it again, I will. Use the other sword. Yeah, so, but about Obama, yeah, he's been doing, it's cringe what was going on with him. How he did that stuff, and I did talk about Obama doing that, like on some other chat, or some other show. Yeah, but so basically, he was, now the truth has finally come out about him. And it's not so much about that, it's about people hiding stuff from us, and more about his policies than anything, but it's an interesting situation, and the people coming out about it. So, because I figured he was talking about something, as he was talking about something. Wasn't quite exactly sure, but as I said, it was interdimensional. Yeah, so remember, like over at the place, we would play the different video games and stuff like that. It was nice. And remember, like, the various different things like Call of Duty and stuff like that. Now I'm playing this pirate thing. Yeah, so that's why there's similarities between this and the Harry Potter, because it's both from England. And England doesn't really like change its, so like this is like the time period, like when Harry Potter stuff was normal, but England doesn't like change. It stays like the way it is. Like when ABL was like he was uncertain or didn't know what was going on when the king was being coordinated. He was kind of like confused. It's like, and they're wearing costumes. Some people, not just him, but others were confused, which is okay because England just has these old traditions that go back generations and generations. They just kind of like stay that way. That sounds pretty cool, SC Wolverines. I'll look into it. But as I said, a lot of people, because in the modern times, we've adapted and are a little bit different than we used to be back in that time. And yeah, so I think it's pretty cool. And I like the comparison between this and Harry Potter. There's also magic and stuff. So I could explain about that. That has to do with this stuff also. So in England, there is these two thinkers around the time of Elizabeth I, and they had an orb, like a cliche globe, you could see through, a crystal ball. They had one of those like in England, and these two like people around the time of Elizabeth I, they did magic and stuff, and they thought that this angel of God was showing them the future and different things like that, and it was from God. And then the angel eventually told them they needed to swap their wives up, and they're thinking like an angel of God wouldn't suggest something like that. And it was these interdimensional beings that were communicating with them about stuff, and that was interesting what they went through. And that's where a lot of this Harry Potter stuff comes from. It comes from, like, because in England they did magic. There's these different occultic magic stuff that they did. They read ancient texts, they read different things, and there's this era of, they thought it was good and godly, like the crystal ball and the magic. They thought it was godly stuff, but it wasn't. And like I talk about Merlin, he was so... And I'll talk more about this in shorts and things like that, but also with Merlin, going farther back in time, way farther back, like when the English first arrived on the island, he was born by a demon and like one of those beings and a nun, and she was kind of confused, and then she had him, and there's theories he was supposed to be an antichrist, but he decided to be a Christian, and he used these special abilities he had from his father for good. So he had these like natural magic abilities for good. But basically what he did was this other guy, like they're intentionally getting magical things or occultic practices or Masonic things, like the Masons, I get into that in a moment. They got into these occultic stuff, which is not like the Masons, that's way before them, but this stuff is a little bit occultic, and as they got into it, but they realized later it wasn't good. And they say, the devil can appear as an angel of light, so that's what connects all that stuff together. And so that's where the crystal ball comes from, and the wands and things, and why it's associated with England. And also, the Druids did magical stuff. And that's also where that stuff comes from. In the Pirates of the Caribbean, there's this lady, Calypso. She was bound in human form by some magic, and which from Greek. It's a Greek goddess. So there's like voodoo and like magic stuff they talked about in Pirates, so it's similar. It has magic in the pirate game and in the movie. And like the Kraken, for instance, which is from Sweden, Scandinavia. Like Essie and I are both. I'm part. I wouldn't know the percentage of it. I'm part Scandinavian and he's half. And also like the Vikings, our Viking ancestors, they were battling or around also these giant squid creatures called, the Kraken. And as I made a video about that, it's probably a real creature that exists in the deep, and that was in the pirate movie too. And this game kind of emulates that. They haven't put a Kraken in this game, but they put the different monsters and things that they have here. Yeah, go Sweden. Shout out to Sweden. When I was in high school, I listened to Viking metal and stuff, and I was really interested in that because it was a big part of British history and part of our genetic makeup from there. And I'm related to other Germanic groups as well. And yeah, it's a cool place. And yeah, the longboats, and they went down to the shores. And also, yeah, the shores in flames, like they would go and raid the shores and stuff. It's pretty cool. And then, because the pirate is a Viking is a Scandinavian pirate. It's like both the same thing. And like the Pirates of the Caribbean pirates are from a much later generation than the Vikings. Like, so, like it's like that was like their 1700s or 1600s to them, with the Viking Age. But then it extended later. And the reason why in the Caribbean there is so much piracy going on is because they, in the Caribbean there was a lot of privateers and stuff, and they would all start chilling, and then there's issues with money and stuff like that, and there's all these like ships around, and they're like, you know what, it's time to raid. And they raided, and they did it for various reasons. And I'm seeing it's like green right here, and now it's turning blue over here, right? Yeah, it's turning blue. That's interesting. Synchronicity again. There was a Calypso in the show I was just watching. Well, wow, that's some synchronicity right there. Amen. Amen. And over here, we got this waterfall, and it's a nice blue, and then we go over here, and it's turning a different color. And yeah, so when we go through here, down this tunnel, and yeah, it's really cool, really cool. And it keeps switching to sword on me, and yeah, and so Davy Jones, the situation with him was, he was a regular sailor, like a human like us, and then he agreed to be with the lady. But what happened with the lady is that she could only see him every 10 years, and then like she wasn't there after 10 years, and he said just, the heck with it, and he went in his own way. He was supposed to ferry the dead to the other side, but he just like stopped doing it, and he just started blowing up ships, and she made him into a squid monster looking thing. And graphic warning, he cut his heart out of a chest. He cut his heart out and put it in a chest. And he could only feel emotion and sadness and stuff when his heart was near. Now, he isn't really in this game for some reason. I don't know why. It's just Jolly Roger, a character that was never even in Pirates of the Caribbean movie franchise ever. It's like not even Blackbeard. I don't know. This was originally a Disney game, and then Disney destroyed the game to make apps like Where's My Water. At the time, that's what they said. I don't know what they did, and then some independent people came around and created this, which is like a mock version of it. Not a mock version, but it's like a remake. And that's what they did. And I remember when I was going to go play it around 2015, and it was like dead. I'm like, huh? That can't be a thing. That can't be a thing. And it was dead. And I missed playing the original game. I was a captain Like those games I showed y'all when you could play France or Spain. I did very well, and I had I had an anchor with a couple of bars. I was a high level captain in the game, no pun intended. And also, that's why I'm good with the ship and piloting it. But I will say in this game, they started to do more with the like the enemy ships. They seem to be doing much more aggressive. It seems like you would have to upgrade armor on the ship and things like that. So it's more challenging, but I could still, I still do good at it. But yeah, it's much more of a challenge with the way they did it. They made it a little bit more. That's pretty cool. I like a challenge, and I do fine at it. And like, if y'all ever play this game, it's like you go with your friends. You could go on a pirate ship somebody else has, like one of the bigger ones, bigger than mine, and help them like shoot cannons and stuff. And then when they board, they dock, you get some of the loot. And that's one of the ways to build up money, because in the game you could get money, and you can buy stuff with it. But a lot of my swords and stuff came from plunder and doing things like I'm doing right now, just fighting. Oh, I got it. See, look, I got a treasure chest, and just 2 things. And you see, like, they have in this game voodoo, like that has to do with like voodoo. Like I told y'all in the other stream, how New Orleans has voodoo, and it also is in the Caribbean. That's why, like, when I was on my show, my gardening video, I was saying about how I go down here in the Caribbean, because it's literally like, if I got in a boat and went way over down there, I would go past, Cuba, go to Cuba, which is the Caribbean, and the islands down there. And it's like the northern Caribbean. It's very different down here than other places. And very colorful houses down here. Yeah, and these caves and stuff, so there's the East India Trading Company, and their flag was the American flag before it was the American flag. It had like the Union Jack in it, because I could tell America's flag derived from the British colonial era. Because I remember my sister, when I was in 1st grade, like, I remember getting to know her in Australia. They had like a similar flag to America's flag. It had like the rectangle blue thing, and that's where it comes from. And then they put the stars there, so the stars are from George Washington's coat of arms. But George Washington, actually, he wanted it to be the Union Jack. He wanted to be that's what he wanted for the American flag. But no, they were telling him that they wanted the stars for the individual states, and he was kind of like disappointed. But he was like, all right, because they still were not against England. They just wanted to break away and be an independent country. And because, like, that's why America, with sometimes, although it has a right, to be upset about some things that happened, like the founders, they weren't like against England. They just want to be separate from it. And also, the East India Company's in this game, like the people I'm fighting now, they had these, the American flag, and they did trade, they did business, and they had a big monopoly in India, and they had a monopoly in all these different parts of the world, and they had to shut it down because of the stuff they thought they were doing. They were kind of shady, or they weren't being regulated enough, and they had to do things with the wars in China, with the opium wars and stuff. And America and the East India Company were like, of course, they were both on the same side. And they both agreed about England's tax policies were not right. So those two are associated with each other. Like, Lord Beckett, he has a similar wig to George Washington. He kind of looks similar to the founders, because that's what... Although the pirates happened... This era happened much earlier before the American Revolution. It happened. Hello, Super D. Nice to have you here. It happened. The American Revolution. It happened like right before. This happened right before the American Revolution. This was under George II. That's when it happened. And also chanting. Alright. Alright, everybody, we're here. And I was reading chat for a second. And yeah, Sweden's a nice place. And that's where the Kraken and stuff originates from. And then they brought it down here, like this was in the Caribbean. And that's like in the movie they talked about it. It was from Scandinavian folklore, and as we, like, Super D and I were talking about the different cryptids and things on my Tina stream, you know, the Kraken is a type of cryptid, the giant squid. And I play a game in the beginning. And yeah, so in America and the East India Company were allies, and it's fine. I mean, they're cool people. And also, that's some of the origins of America and the different flags and stuff they use. And even now in England, the Parliament causes problems because a lot of the policies they took from the Crown and they brought it to the Parliament, and like, you know, England's having a situation, and it's good that America separated from it. And as I said, that it's good for America to keep to its values of what it originally was intended to be, and I'm glad the Patriots are, you know, including myself, are activism to preserve that, because we don't want things to go backwards. Yeah, so this game was when America was still a colonial system, but this was a crypto app. That's hilarious, Amanda. And yeah, so that's basically, this game was much earlier. It takes place much earlier. And yeah, I think that, yeah, so the pirates, they had a lot of these, you know, if there's financial problems, there was a bunch of sailors and privateers, and they just broke away and did their own thing, and they started raiding and stuff. And a lot of them were loyal to the king, but they were just going and doing their raids. And as the Viking, it was a Scandinavian pirate, and we're talking about how the Kraken is something originates in Sweden, and they brought that down here, like in the pirate movie. And also, the British history, it's similar to things like from Harry Potter and stuff, like, because they kept to their different cultural ties from the past. They kept to their, like, traditional clothing and stuff during certain ceremonies. And yeah, so this game's a cool part of history. But eventually the East India Company was dissolved, and in America, as I said, derived and was, like, inspired by it. Alright, this is back out the tunnel, when you have this blue water, and then it turns green over here. It's interesting. And also, like with treasure and stuff, like, it was basically with the the cargo ships were like Amazon of its time. Like, they would bring cargo to different places and people's belongings and things. That was like the cargo ships. And the reason why the pirates drank rum partially was because the rum had, like, it would put lime in it, and it would prevent scurvy. It's a disease that they would get on the sea. And Also, so that's like somewhere the pirate stuff comes from, and then eventually it faded out, but that basically with the pirates, they were taking the different stuff from the cargo ships. Kind of like a porch pirate. It's kind of like the same thing. And in the Caribbean, it just was like a wild frontier of its time. And there was no air conditioning. It's very interesting. Like, recently. Oh, he has to go to work. It's early morning. Super D. Well, I'm glad Super D rather, SD. I don't know where I got that from. Yeah, Super D. I'm glad that he stopped by and told us hello. And, yeah, but this pirate stuff, they talk about a lot of these sea cryptids. You know, the sea monsters and stuff. And as I said, with this game, you know, I wonder why they didn't put Jolly Rogers in the original movie. So, like, a Jolly Roger, it's a French word, they think it comes from, and it was a red flag, like rouge. That's what that word means, and that's where it was a derivative from that. And it was a red skull and crossbones, and they would fly it to warn ships that something was about to happen and to give up. It's kind of like and in different pirate ships had different types of flags, so it was like flashing like gang signals. Yeah, SC and SD. Yeah, exactly. SC and SD. Yeah, like an SD card. I like SD cards. And I'm ASSV. And some other pirates fighting in here. It's pretty cool. In this game, you can't shoot the people with guns. You can only shoot the zombie pirates with the guns. So, another thing we talk about on here is about the Mayans and the different... SC Wolverine, that's hilarious. And... and... another thing about the Mayans and stuff, so we talk about the pyramids and the different things. So in this movie, they talk about the Mayan curse, the Aztec curse. And so they had this curse where the pirates were cursed because they got at Cortez's gold and it had something bad about it, and they became the undead. And that's what these pirates I'm fighting are based off of. And they just can't die unless somebody from the Turner line would shed their blood on the gold. And I had the necklace. Like, I wore this jacket when I was on my senior year. And that's what I did. Also, my senior year, before I got this jacket, I wore the pirate medallion. And it was something different, unique. Before that, I would wear the Thor hammer. I like the Thor hammer. And, you know, I like the kind of pirate stuff. And yeah, so that's partially what we have to do when we talk about these interdimensional beings, the ghosts, the aliens, the various different things that they have. That they had these, you know, in the movie, this pirate stuff. They also talked about it too. So that was my first introduction when I saw these things, like when I was a kid. These pirate movies, and spices they did, and they imported different things to different people. And that's like when I did stuff with trade with my friends. That's what got me into that, was from this movie. And they say it's just good business. And the Flying Dutchman, it was that's a cryptid story, how Davy Jones in this like ghost ship would go and harvest the souls that they saw in the sea. And I thought about, like, when the Titanic sunk and things like that, the Dutchman had to go over there and harvest the souls. Like, that would have been interesting to add that to the movie, although that was before, not the one from 97, but a movie, like a fictional one. That would have been interesting. Yeah, I remember there was like a TV show I used to watch about these two skater dudes, and I think something was called abbreviated as SD, and that reminded me of that. Or the channel I watched it on, it was called Zeke and Luther, and yeah, that's what SD reminds me of. It was Disney SD. That's what it was. Yeah, and people, feel free to watch the reruns as we go along. I play a game in the beginning, and then I go into the other topics while other people come by, because it's like I could get into the topics and there's like no one here, and I'd rather do this first, then we could have people here, or people could watch the reruns. Either way, but yeah, it's nice doing this first. I like doing this first. Yeah, so some alien body, some alien pictures, and the thing in Russia, how they want to nuke. They're threatening the nuclear war with everybody in the United States. My grandparents were alive during the Cold War. My grandma was in Miami during the time there was the Castro, the missile crisis, and now we're in a new missile crisis. And Amanda was telling me to, stock up on things, and I will, and I do, have. But it's like, they probably would, God forbid, I would probably be in the way of one of those things, because people are forgetting about Cuba. They sent a ship in Cuba. It's like the whole 60s again. It's just, we had 4 years of peace. Ridiculous. And Amanda says, I'm pretty sure there is a ghost ship movie that would be a cool idea alien for sure. Yeah, exactly. And she likes watching me play. Yeah, thank you. And shout out to everybody in the chat, people watching the reruns, people watching. This is a very excellent stream, very good questions, very good conversations about Harry Potter and the different things like that. And I think in this cave they mined for minerals and stuff, kind of like they would do in other countries. But like, that's why they thought they were in India when they came here, because it was similar to India. Like, one time I was in my yard, and I literally was like, oh, this is kind of like India, because my half-sister's mom, so we had the same father. He was from, not my father, he's from England, but her mom was from India, and I looked up things about it, and yeah, that's why Christopher Columbus thought he was in India, because it's like in Florida, he was in like the islands down there, like in the Caribbean, but like, yeah, Florida, Louisiana, and stuff. Like, yeah, that looks like Asia. Like in my region, there's a lot of people from Vietnam. People that came here from the Vietnam conflict. And they have very good food and stuff, and it's like being in Asia also. So it was a good climate for them. Because, the communists, they went into all over the Asia, as everybody knows, and people had to flee their countries, and some of them came here. And they're Catholic, they're religious, and they're against communism. And that's what I was a little confused about. Although there's some of the Catholic ones that were in Vietnam, some of them were religious, but it's like, usually they're not religious, obviously. That's why they left. For various reasons, of course, besides religion conflict. It's not really something people want to live under. No. And so, yeah, it's a similar climate, stuff to Asia. And as we progressed in our history now, from this time period, we could see how there's similarities. Like, I could grow peppers and various things, and just like they did here in this East India Company, they did tea and spices and linens and all kinds of things. It was, as I said, the Amazon of its time. And it's super amazing that you have a garden. Do you ever preserve anything in cans, jars, or dehydrated? Amanda, that's an excellent question. I'm about to drink some water and answer that. So, to answer your question, I have been drying out a lot of peppers. I'm going to make hot sauce out of it at some point, when I can. And I'm also learning about how to do it, of course, and YouTube tutorials about it. Oh yeah, I've been drying out a lot of peppers. And I saved the corn and some turnips, and that was all I grew. And I replanted some of the beans I harvested, and that's what I did. And I saved some of the corn as seeds. And yeah, so I personally, I dry the peppers in the sun naturally, and I have them stored. Yeah, I love doing that. When I was a kid in school, I used to grow different things like that, the radishes and things, and I grew some different flowers. It was nice. So yeah, so I've always either eaten it, I've eaten some corn, and it's very good. And radishes, like I would take the radish, I would cut, it was a big radish, and I cut it up into pieces, and I would go and I'd put all kinds of sauces on it. I would either I'd dry it, I would water it, and I'd cut it up and I'd eat it, or I would dip it in some sauce, in some like salad sauce, dressing rather. Very good question, Amanda. And yeah, so, and I will look up the exact definition of like their connection. Well, of course, radishes and turnips are very similar, but not the same. So a turnip is much bigger, and it was designed, or I'd say it was either bred or God designed it to be bigger and more for eating it larger. And so it's like a larger one, and it's purple with white at the bottom. And I would say they're much more like nice and smooth, and the other one's more crunchy. The radish is more crunchy, and they taste kind of different. Turn it up. So that's basically like what I did, like my observation of it. So they're very similar, but basically they're different. They're probably in the same family, I think. And one time I had a turnip. I had a radish that looked just like a turnip. So it was like a crossbreed, and that was pretty cool. And I'll tell y'all some tips about gardening, where you could get some mint spray and you put it on the plants, and it repels the insects. And also marigold flowers repel the insects, if that was a problem for anybody. Oh, radishes are very spicy, and also turnips are spicy too. They can get spicy also. Like a radish, as it ages, it gets more spicy. I've eaten them very, very, very aged. Very aged radishes. Yeah, I'm thinking it right. I've eaten aged ones, and yeah, it's very good. It's very spicy. I love them. Yeah. And I had French English radishes, like a French breakfast, or English breakfast. It was like French breakfast, and it was grown in England. These long, elongated, like Nephilim skull-looking radishes. And I've grown radishes to make them big, but they don't get big like the turnips. Like a turnip could get real fat. The radish can only get so big before it gets kind of deformed looking, and then it starts to flower. It's called when it bloats. That's when it flowers and it starts to seed. Yes, flowers repel insects. We've gotten marigold before, like with an eye marigold, and they repel insects, and I have the seeds for them. Yes, they don't like the flower, and they don't like mint. They hate mint. Like roaches and things, they all hate mint. And that's how you would repel them, and I've done it before. And yeah, because when the weather, remember last time when I had the broccoli, in the beginning it was pretty cool. We had a good harvest. And then they start to bloat. They're still edible, but they start to flower. That's what bloating means. And then, like, this is when it was getting a little bit warmer. So, like, when the heat's turned up a little bit, they start to get a little bit warmer. And, yeah, but it was all pretty good. It was very good. Oh, my God, gosh. Like, broccoli and the garden is like, I can't stop saying it's so good. It's like a different world. It's like an interdimensional garden. And yeah, so that's basically, yeah. All right, Amanda, you're welcome. And with the air conditioning fixed correctly, we were able to. That's I could wear this jacket in here without burning up. And also, oh, okay, I went through the maze. Now I'm in the graveyard. Yeah, so basically, what happened was, yeah, these people, the trading company, they did all these different things. They had these different crops, and they imported and stuff. Amanda, that sounds delicious. Oh, synchronicity. All right, it's synchronicity right now because you just mentioned black pepper. That's what the East India Company. That's one of the main peppers that they exported. And they also, it's medical. It has medical components. The other peppers have medical components also, and euphoric elements, and it has, relaxation and different things like that. But the black pepper, that has something special about it. So that's some synchronicity right there. Yeah, some of my friends in the channel, they do gardening in pots and things like that. And I like the really hot peppers, so I'm going to start growing some of those. And I'm going to grow strawberries for next season. Hello, Latina. Glad you're here. In spicy food, like, I don't. Sometimes if I eat too much spicy food, I'll have problems. And so I eat the spicy food in different amounts. And also, and that's why I do. I eat some like hot chips and different things like that in different amounts. And shout out to Latina, shout out to her, and shout out to chat. And yeah, so it's very cool how like New Orleans is a lot like the Caribbean. So like when I was a kid watching the Pirates of the Caribbean, my favorite one, I love all of them, but my favorite one is the second one, at World's End. Not World's End. I keep thinking of that one. It's the one, the Dead Man's Chest, because it's so green and it has so much of this swamp and different sceneries and things like that. I like it. And I also like the latest movie he made, the pirate movie. Yeah, Johnny was obviously going through some things with being slandered, so that's why one didn't come out the way the other ones did, but I fully understand, and it was still a very good performance. What do you get when you cross penis with a potato? That was funny. I don't know SC Wolverines. Do you get someone named Joe Brandon? That's what I think you would get. You would get Joe Brandon. Yeah, that works too, Essie. That works too. That's a good one. Yeah. And also, yeah, Essie's hilarious. He sure is. Oh, and bananas. One time I got a banana import from my friends down the street, and they were very good. They're very delicious. I had them in the back for a little bit while, and they got really, really, really ripe, and I ate them, and they're very good. And as I said, the New Orleans food is very good. I've had, and it's the kind of food they ate back then down here. All right, Amanda, that makes sense. And I'll tell you about spices. So basically, with the food, the spicy food, in England there's a lot of bland food. In Europe, I don't know about Spain. Spain probably always had good food there. But basically in like England, it's real bland stuff. So they, when you have this food and it tastes really like bland, and these people in the other part of the planet have these cool things called spices, they added them to the food to make them taste better and more interesting. And that's why they got so popular. All right, Latina. I like your name. It's very interesting. Latina A in Cali. La Hyena shall rise up again. Mm-hmm. I like that. Exactly, Latina. I agree. And you got this dude trying to throw a fireball at me. All right. Okay, let's go over here. Yeah, so basically, and I agree with what you're saying, Latina. I think that makes perfect sense. Oh no, Latina, I didn't hear about that, but that makes perfect sense. Like, I wouldn't be surprised. And they have a lot of spicy food and spicy chips that are very hot now. All right, let's see. Okay, let's check it out of here because I'm stuck. Okay. Hello, Rulia. Welcome. Welcome. Yeah, Latina, the kid rests in peace. That's very terrible. Rulia, we are waiting on people. That's what I'm doing. So, like, what I do is I play a game in the beginning and talk about various things. Like, and then I go into the other topics when there's more people that come. Like, say if I said this stuff earlier and there's nobody here, or like you weren't here, say, and I read something, you didn't see it. Now, if I read it right now, you see it. And I talk about, the various stuff. And also, I have not done a gaming stream by itself just yet. No, I've not done that. And we're probably supposed to start it soon, because we're getting packed up in here. We got people chilling up in here. We're talk about different things. Talk about the different war conflicts that are going on in different places. Alright. Oh, I've changed this name of my channel like 3 times. And I played, this game. I mean, originally it was Hansel Cat. I did like Mario games and stuff. Then it was Skater Gamer. And then it was what it is now. I named it after that song that went viral. That sound effect I did. Yeah, so, this is France. Like, you play as different countries. Alright. You're right, Amanda. I should. It'll happen. Alright. So, that's funny, Amanda. The was referring to was a song called Alien Spaceship Sound Effects. And my friend from school, it was like a couple years after that, I released the sound effect song, and it went, a lot of people viewed it, and I named the channel after that particular song. And I could go and show y'all later. Some of you may have seen it already, and it's like at 30,000 views. Yeah, really, I was going to get started. With the topics I was going to talk about. I just was wandering around this place for a little bit, and I was about to get to it. But yeah, I'll get into it. And thank you for coming. And I'm about to do it. Alright? I'm going to go and change the window. And if something lags or the connection gets weird, y'all let me know. And I'll go and troubleshoot it and close out windows and stuff. So I'm about to get into the topic. Alright? Here we go. Going to that. Okay. Go. Chilling Tales of the Past. No, not that one. Okay, this one. NASA. Alright. Okay. As I said, the connection gets bad. Let me know, chat. I'm about to switch over. We'll talk about the Russians. Okay. if y'all want the music back on, just let me know. So like if the music in the background, if you want it on or off, just let me know. I'm going to shut it off temporarily, but if y'all want it back on, I will be glad to put it back on. Alright, here we go. Alright. Okay. Let's put this here. Chat up here. Okay, let's go and close this out. Alright. I'm going to pause this. Okay. Alright, here we go. Alright, so the Russian state TV threatens to nuke a nuclear strike in the United States. A Kremlin propagandist has issued the latest nuclear threat against the West regarding the war in Ukraine, warning that the U.S. could be in danger of a Russian missile attack. Igor Korochenko, wait, I didn't do that right. Korochenko, editor of the newspaper National Defense and regular guest on the Russian One channel, where guests have repeatedly called for strikes against Ukraine's allies, took exception to criticism of the Russian conduct of the war. Russia is being warned and threatened that if we misbehave, or if in NATO senior member of logistics Ben Hodges' opinion, we exceed what he considers to be the necessary permissible lines for the use of all types of Russian weapons, he threatens us with more than just strikes on Crimean Bridge, Korochenko said. Hodges has repeatedly called for Ukraine to be provided with all the weapons it needs to retake Crimea, such as ATACMs, Army Tactical Missile Systems, which would allow long-range precision strikes in the peninsula. Moscow annexed in 2014. Oh wow, SC had hail. Oh no. Well, hope everything's alright. Nah, hail sounds really intense. Alright. Korochenko said that the Hodges believed the U.S. might consider strikes on bases of Russia's Black Sea Fleet and troops in Crimea, as well as strike Russian naval bases in Tartus, Syria. Korochenko believed these were not just statements of a retired hawk, but also concerted information campaign designed to influence both the U.S. and Western audiences. Exactly, Rulia. It's a fight with Russia. That's pretty much what it is, exactly. And this article goes into further detail about that. About with the situation, how America and Russia is direct fighting. Hey, Rebel. Glad to have you here, man. Welcome. We just started talking about this. We're talking now about how the Russian TV, the Russian state TV and stuff are saying about how they're calling for strikes against the United States, so nuclear war with us. Just like back in the 60s and that time period, we're having a situation like that. And another thing that occurred is that not Ukraine, in Cuba, there are a naval vessel that's in Cuba right now, right by where I am down here. So that is interesting in a morbid way. All right. While the U.S. is the biggest provider of military aid to Ukraine, it has taken pains to avoid direct confrontation with Russia and has made no threats of attacking the targets that Korochenko referred to. By Korochenko said, there should be discussion about what will determine the use of permissibility of tactical nuclear weapons, what goals and what tactics we will use. And also, the most important message we should send to the Americans is that we will not wage war with you in Europe. So, a lot of people, like back in the olden days when they had wars in Europe, like World War I, World War II, the Civil War, they used to have these nuclear conflicts and blow each other up. Well, I'm getting ahead of myself. They used to have these conflicts where people would just go and fight each other, but they're saying that, like, if America goes and fights Russia in Europe like they did it in the Second World War against Nazi Germany, they will have the thing, they're going to nuke us instead. That's the thing about these things. It's going to be a full nuclear war. The most important message we should send to the Americans is that we will not wage war with you in Europe, he said in a clip subsequently posted on X, formerly known as Twitter, by Ukrainian Internal Affairs Advisor Anton Gerashchenko. In response to your attacks on Russian military or civilian facilities, the first strike will be a preventive, limited strike against targets on the territory of the United States of America, he told Anchor of 60 Minutes. And all the stuff this administration's doing, in my opinion, all the things that are going on, and they're trying to threaten this, that they've pushed it to the limit where now there's a nuclear situation. And also, I think it's absolutely crazy what's going on, how these people are doing all these things in administration and our propaganda in the news. Like, we had 4 years of peace. If people like Trump or not, like, we had peace. And they want this attack, and he told the anchor of 60 Minutes, Yevgeny Popov. Yevgeny Popov. Last week, Russia announced that its Sarmat strategic missile system, which can reach the U.S., had been put on combat duty. Gerashchenko. Thanks, Rulia. Attention, United States, wrote Gerashchenko. Next to the video, Russian propagandists threaten with nuclear strikes on U.S. territory. In response to Gerashchenko comments, Hodges told Newsweek that the U.S. administration was finally realizing that the likelihood of Russia using a nuclear weapon is extremely small. All right, Amanda, I know some stuff about that, and I'll definitely do that. Yes. Russia had been threatening nuclear strikes since the beginning. I take them seriously because Russia has thousands of nuclear weapons, and because they clearly don't care how many innocent people may die, he said. Now, while saying, in response to Shinko, not the other guy. Alright, that's what I meant. But I think they realize that their nukes are actually most effective when they don't use them, they said, and self-deter. Crimea is the decisive terrain of this war, said Hodges of the peninsula, which has seen stepping up of the attacks believed to be carried out by Kiev, including the Kerch Bridge that links the occupied territory with Russian mainland. Yeah, Rulia, I agree. I believe that's also what happened as well. And yeah, thank you, Rulia, for helping. And also, so basically, the situation with Russia is that it's a very dangerous situation, and that there's a lot of nuclear conflict that's going on here. And I think that it's something that we all need to be aware about. And China, too, that's another bad thing. Kind of like the Red Dawn that SE Wolverines also knows about. And let's see, SE says, Mr. Russia is the number one stunner. Most nuclear bombs in the world, they aren't small potatoes. Exactly. Exactly. And shout out to Amanda for sending me this article. Thank you. And bringing this to my attention. Once Ukraine liberates Crimea, it is over. Ukraine knows they cannot ever be safe or secure or rebuild their economy as long as Russia occupies Crimea, Hodges added. You have this other one. So, in The Guardian, it says, return of U.S. nuclear weapons to UK would be an escalation, says Russia. So it looks like it's escalating with this, with the U.S. nuclear weapons going to the United Kingdom. This thing's really heating up. And y'all got any, like, and I see the thoughts in the chat. And also, remember, like, in the Twilight Zone, I'm sure y'all know about the show. They would talk about the nuclear war with the past Soviet Union. And basically, now, with the Russian Federation, we're doing this with them, and it's like, it's terrible with this, all this, the woke stuff they're trying to push, all these things they're trying to do, and I liked before how we used to have peace, but now we don't have no more peace. The Russian Foreign Ministry has said Moscow will review any move to return U.S. nuclear weapons to UK as an escalation and will respond with countermeasures for its own security. the Foreign Ministry spokesperson Maria Zakharova. No, I can do this. Zakharova. There we go. Was responding to a report last week about an item in 2024 U.S. Air Force budget for building a dormitory at the RAF Lincoln Health in Suffolk for personnel on a potential surety mission. Military jargon for nuclear safety and security, it raised the prospect of the return of the U.S. nuclear weapons to bridge soil at the first time in more than 15 years. If this step is ever made, we will view it as an escalation, as a step toward an escalation that would take things to a direction that is quite the opposite to the addressing the pressing issue, pulling all nuclear weapons out of European countries. Zakharova said. In the context of the transition of the United States and NATO to openly confrontational course of inflicting a strategic defeat on Russia, this practice and its development force us to take compensating countermeasures designed to reliably protect and the security interests of our country and its allies. The U.S. is estimated by the Federation of American Scientists to have 100 B-61 gravity bombs deployed in Europe and another 100 B-61s, the only tactical weapon in its arsenal in storage in the U.S. If nuclear weapons were sent back to Lakenheath, they would almost certainly be a modernized version of the B-61. Exactly, Chad, I agree. FAS estimates Russia has 1,816 tactical non-strategic weapons, shorter range and intended for the use in battle rather than for the destruction of whole cities. These have been held, until now, in storage facilities, but Vladimir Putin announced in June that some nuclear warheads would be deployed in Belarus within a month. There has so far been no confirmation by Western intelligence that they have been moved. Warheads are intended for the use of Belarus Iskander missile launchers, or as bombs to be dropped by Belarusian Su-24 or Su-25 jets. If the transfer is carried out, it would be the first time Moscow has put nuclear weapons in the hands of allies since the collapse of the Soviet Union. Matt Korda, a senior research fellow at the FAS Nuclear Information Project, who first spotted the U.S. budget item for surety dormitory at Lincoln Heath, said, while the potential return of U.S. nuclear weapons to UK soil certainly merits scrutiny, it's a bit rich to see it coming from government, who has spent the past year initiating the exact same thing with Belarus. It's highly unlikely that Russian government would describe its own nuclear sharing arrangements in Belarus as escalatory or destabilizing, and yet parallels between the two situations are clearly visible. And it's highly unlikely that the Russian government would describe its own nuclear sharing arrangements in Belarus as escalatory or destabilizing, and yet parallels between the two situations are clearly visible. While the potential return of U.S. nuclear weapons to UK soil certainly merits scrutiny, it's a bit rich to see it coming from a government who has spent the past year initiating the exact same thing with Belarus. Alright. We have a small favorite. Oh, that's something. Let's see. Something about the Guardian. Yeah, so anyway. So that's basically what's going on with the Russians. And yeah. Here's some of the Russian missiles. So basically, we have these nuclear weapons and stuff. These are some examples of them. And with Ukraine, I mean, with Russia, the situation is escalating. That there's people's lives that are at stake. My grandma remembers like when it was the Soviet Union. It's not that anymore. And they would, the people in Russia, in Cuba, they're waiting for the nuclear strikes to happen. So we got to remember, guys, we have the situation in Russia, but there's also the situation with Cuba that they probably have missiles and stuff there they're going to use, and they have a Russian naval ship over there. So I think that with Ukraine, it needs to surrender. It doesn't, and it was, or in the least, America should totally get out of this conflict and not be aiding Ukraine at all. But of course, in this situation, it's what we have. We have this crisis going on, and they could cause a great catastrophe and great problems. And there was someone I met on another stream that's in Ukraine, and he was telling me about how, like, he supported the Russian side. And basically, how he subscribed to the channel a long time ago. And shout out to him. And yeah, because, he was saying about that and how he heard the stuff from his house. He could hear some stuff in the distance, the explosions. And yeah, so like there's people there that support Russia. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Looking at chat, seeing what y'all are saying. Yeah, so And that's interesting, really, that your family was from there. I remember you were talking about that before. And like they have these parades when they celebrate the World War II victory, and they use the Soviet imagery. Exactly, Amanda. That America it thinks it has to fight all these battles and stuff. When I was in high school, I liked listening to Russian music and stuff. I liked the the different that's called the Red Army. They had some. I was never a communist, but I liked like the music they would have for their. They would have these marching things. Like they would have these. They had something called the Red Army Choir, and they would sing these like songs that they took from the Russian Empire and they twisted it around to be communistic, to fit in the communism thing. And they had that, and I have some Russian medals and stuff from because I'm interested in collecting that stuff, and from the different eras it had. Because I like collecting things from history, obviously, and so I've studied a lot about it, and it's been, many years since I've done that, and like with the pronunciations, I'm glad Rulia helped out, and because I remembered it when I was a teenager, I would be able to remember it or say it better, but it's been a long time. And also, yeah, so this is an example of course, like learning about German stuff and different things like that too, and the things with America and the different countries. So, yeah, that's the hammer and sickle. It's the workers, like the farmers and the factory workers united in the utopia. That's what that symbol, and that was from their Soviet era. And that's them. They do these parades for the World War II victory. Yeah, so this is like what we're up against. This is what America's messing with. Like if it had to mess with it for some reason, that's different. And another thing is these people have marches. They're so like professional and disciplined, and like over here we have people changing their genders and things like that, and you have people acting unruly, and it just those are some powerful weapons. Yeah, thank you for sharing that Rulia with us. Thank you. And yeah, this is over there. That's different things they have. And we'll look up. All right, that's the what Rulia was telling us about, the next in line. And you see how like there's no hammer and sickle. There's this the emblem of Tsarist Russia and the red, white, and blue, and the Tsar and King George V were cousins. and the Tsar and his family were killed by the communists. And yeah, so that's the imagery of like the Russian Federation, and also the Russian government that took over after the Tsar abdicated, and they used the same flag. And then what happened was eventually Lenin and them came in and did their thing, and then it became the Soviet Union, which is different. Yeah, but so that's them. Yeah, that's the successor, the next in line. Yeah, and yeah, that's him. And let's see the Cuba. Yeah, so this is where the Russian Navy ship sails into Havana. So this is the strength of their ties, and this has things like this haven't happened since the Cold War. Exactly, Amanda. You see, these people are playing with people's lives here. There's so many people that could be at risk of getting hurt and killed, and you're welcome, Amanda. And also, this is the kind of stuff that it's come to this. We went to 4 years of peace to this. And the thing about Cuba is they have these old cars. Like it's right now. Like they'll have these old cars from the 50s and stuff because they banned imports. So they just had the flags like this. I mean, they just have cars like this there. They're very old cars. This is an American ship. That's an American one. That's the flag of America. Alright. And so it's like a Russian Navy ship docks in Cuba as tough times bring the old friends together. Oh yeah, Amanda, they are super cool. Havana, Cuba. A series of welcoming cannon blasts ranging out from a nearby colonial fort. Russian Navy's training class ship Perikop sailed into Havana Tuesday. While in Cuba for a 4-day visit, the Perikop's sailors will carry out a wide range of activities according to Cuba's state-run. It is the first official visit by Russian naval vessel to Cuba in years, and another sign of the of the reforging of the relationship between the two Cold War era allies after the collapse of the Soviet Union nearly brought down the Cuban economy with it. While Russia's invasion of Ukraine has led to the widespread ostracization of the Cuban government, the government increasingly has defended Moscow. We are commending, we are rejecting an expansion of NATO toward Russia's borders. Cuban President Miguel Diaz-Canel told Russian-controlled network RT in a rare interview in May. He also blasted U.S. economic sanctions on Russia while hurdling Russian projects of cooperation and collaboration under development in Cuba. Exactly, Amanda. I was thinking of that. It's like they don't. It's like all of these people are in the way of a feud. It's like of what these governments are doing. Exactly, Amanda. I totally agree. Yeah, SC. I've heard about that. I remember that kind of talk around high school. So that's the. But you got to remember, there's not going to be a war like fighting them on the front lines. It's going to be a nuclear war. We're all going to be killed off. And I already know a lot about nuclear stuff. Yes, really, that's what's going on. It's the second Cuban Missile Crisis. And that's the Russian warship. The two countries have also announced a flurry of agreements and exchanged high-level delegations. The deals include allowing Russia to lease land in Cuba. For up to 30 years, develop beachside tourist facilities near Havana, open a supermarket with Russian products, and supply the island with badly needed fuel. And SC, I understand. According to the Jorg R. Pignon, a senior research fellow at the University of Texas at Austin Energy Institute from the beginning of the Ukraine war, Russia has sent Cuba more oil than at any time since the fall of the USSR. So far in 2023, Pignon estimated Russia has delivered approximately 167 million worth of oil. Yes, Mary, I'm wearing the Harry Potter jacket. As we were talking about Harry Potter earlier in Pirates of the Caribbean. So, like, not Ukraine, but Cuba was saying how they would like to be close to America and have good relations with us, but in this situation, they're getting close to Russia. Like, we're pushing Russia with China and Cuba with Russia. I mean, everything is going backwards. For much of the Cold War, Cuba and former Soviet Union cultivated deep ties. The USSR stationed thousands of diplomats, spies, and military advisors on the island and built a towering embassy in Havana meant to symbolize a scimitar in the heart of the U.S. imperialism. Now, I don't know about what that word is exactly. I'm going to look it up. I'm going to learn a new word, chat. Scimitar. I'm learning something new. Hello, next. Glad you're here. Okay, a scimitar is a short sword. I know about swords. I love swords. With curved blade that broadens toward the point originally in Eastern countries. Yeah, I know about this sword. I just didn't know the name of it. I learned something new. Oh, yeah, Mary. Yeah, the Harry Potter books. Yeah. Hello, Sarah. All right. Scimitar. All right. So a scimitar is these swords. So Russia is trying to use their Eastern sword to go and sever us. Into American imperialism. You know, JFK did a good job at de-escalating the conflict. Sarah, I'm not too sure what you mean. You being a little bit more clear if you're asking me something. I didn't really understand. Okay, so a generation of Cubans braved unfamiliar cold weather to study in Soviet countries a popular TV game show called 9550 for the number of kilometers separating Cuba from Russia. Quizzed Cubans about Soviet life with grand prize a paid trip to the USSR. But following the collapse of the Soviet Union, Cuba lost its main trading partner and entertained a deep economic depression. Since then, Cubans either regard their once upon a time closeness with the Russians with deep nostalgia or with disdain of a failed marriage. Oh, okay, Sarah. I thought you were talking about the sword. Thank you for clarifying. So I'll look that up. And I love these kind of swords. I've not gotten a sword like this yet. I think I've held one before. Yes. Yeah, so like you see here, you could use two of them. Yeah. Yeah, those are very cool. It looks like a pirate sword. I've shopped at Cult of Athena before. Cool. That's where we get the swords from. That's them with their older cars. Now the rekindled relationship has led some Cuba watchers to lament a missed opportunity for the U.S. While former U.S. President Barack Obama restored diplomatic relations with Cuba and eased economic sanctions, his successor, President Trump, now this is I don't know if this is true or not, if this is fake news or not, trigger warning, that they say that President Trump reversed much of that opening. The current incumbent, President Biden, has for the most part kept Trump-era sanctions, in place while demanding that Cuba releases prisoners jailed for taking place in the widespread protests 2 years ago. I didn't know that. All right. So Biden continued Trump's sanctions on Cuba. Yeah, I like solar panels. They're pretty cool. So that's something interesting that Biden continued something that Trump did. I learned something new. I wasn't too sure at first. It seems that under Trump and followed by Biden, the U.S. has all but ceded the field, said Rick Hirio, executive director of Cuba Study Group, which promotes greater engagement between the U.S. and Cuba. There has been very modest easing of sanctions, mostly citing humanitarian concerns and opening up travel, reminiscence, and restaffing the embassy and consults, but we have seen a White House that otherwise has been unconcerned with Cuba, Hirio said. But the U.S.'s top diplomat in Havana said the talk of greater Russian presence in Cuba so far appears to be just lip service. There's a great Spanish expression that between said and done, there's a wide gap. Benjamin Ziff Charge Afrius D'Afrius, as the embassy in Havana told the CNN, we haven't seen talking with our contracts here any evidence of increased Russian anything, and frankly I think Cuban government would be making a huge mistake if they sought to follow that model and not the model 900 miles away at the 300 years of history. Yeah, thank you, Sarah, for doing that for us. Thank you. The Russians are not the only ones flexing military might in Cuba. On Tuesday, the Cuban government blasted the U.S. for its nuclear submarines' 3-day visit to the U.S. naval base in Guantanamo Bay, calling it a provocative escalation. In Guantanamo, that's where the terrorists are being held, like Khalid Sheikh Mohammed and the other ones that helped plot 9/11. So, yeah, Guantanamo. Let's see, Guantanamo. Here we go. In that base, that's where they're being held. More than 60 years after the U.S. and USSR faced off over Soviet missiles secretly placed in Cuba, the East and the West still appear to be jockeying over who will exert greater influence over the island. Despite the high costs of the war, Ukraine, and economic sanctions, Russian officials say they are committed to Cuba. Cuba has been and remains Russia's most important ally in the region. Russian Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu said while meeting with his Cuban counterpart Alvaro Lopez Maria in late June, Moscow. We are ready to render assistance to the island of freedom, to lend a shoulder to our Cuban friends, Xiaogu said. All right. Yeah, so that's the situation in Cuba. So we have them bringing ships, the ships coming back to Cuba, and Russia and Cuba getting close, China and Russia getting close. And so we talked about that. And now getting to the Cuban cars. So this is the cars in Cuba. So cool. I love the cars. And my grandma likes the cars because they are from, it's from the era that she came from. Yeah, those cars are so nice and colorful and classic looking. They made the cars more aerodynamic now, but yeah, those cars are based. Yeah, Rebel, they are pimp tight. Facts. You know, like a little story. A story I'm going to tell. So, my grandpa's father, he had a shop where he would fix cars and things like that. And he worked on a lot of these kind of cars, and he had quite a few of them. My great grandfather, in like the 40s and stuff. That's why, like, cars are deep in my history. Like, the guy got trophies for car shows. Like, he had the cars from like the 1900s and stuff, and up to that time period that you see here. So yeah, it's so cool how they kept these cars, although it's a dark situation with the communism, and you can see communism how it goes. It's so cool how they preserve them. You're right, Amanda. They are very cheaply made. These are like tanks. Yeah, it would be like going back in time. That seems funny. And my great grandfather taught people that came back from World War II about how to detail or rather repair cars and things like that. He had a body shop, and the body shop is down the street, and it's like they sold it to a friend, or the guy's paying it off over time, and so, and remember we went down there where the guy is, which is like kind of like our shop. It's the old shop now. It's like we both own it, both families own it, and like the dude, this black dude, he fixed something in the car, and it was like, it's like in a second, like so, it's a good skill to have, and cars are really cool. And so just my history with the cars from my mom's side, and Judy Garland, that actress, she drove in one of the cars my great grandfather had, and some of his cars were used in movies. And so, as I said, it's very intriguing to see these cars. Wow. And like the modern age. Like the Twilight Zone and all those movies in the era of America that was much better. Like, it is the kind of cars they had back in that time. Yeah, Sarah, that sounds hectic, yes. And the snowstorms. I'm not laughing at USC. That's terrible what happened, but that was a funny joke, in a way. Yeah, these cars are classic. Wow, this is the detail, the design they put into those cars. It's amazing. Yeah, a brain joke, yeah. Yeah? Yeah, that's a modern one. And the people are freaking out over the new car. Yeah, that dude in the background you see, that's Che Guevara. Guevara, I think is an A on the end. And he was the right hand man of Castro in the revolution. Cars are so fresh. I mean, they look better than the cars we have around now. Yeah, those are nice. So these are like 50s cars. Oh yeah, I like the blue one too. And I told you, it's nice to see these things from the 50s there. You know, that's really cool. It's like taking a time machine. That green one's cool too. Look at some more of these. Yeah, so shout out to the Cuban cars. So that's a cool one. That's a cool one. interior. All right. And yeah, these cars, and like my grandpa was telling me, the reason why the cars now are created a certain way is like you create the car a certain way so it's more, it would help people against, like if you got in an accident, he was telling me the other car would crush and it would save the person inside, and these wouldn't be as safe if a crash happened. But people didn't really get in accidents. I don't know that for sure. I have to look that up back then. Oh yeah, you like that? Yeah, that one's really cool. Yeah, and this pink one looks pretty cool. Also. All right, Rulia. Understood. I'm talking about the different, cars and things, as you know. And also, so basically, well, yeah, the one by the building's really cool. Basically, the sign. So like the Volvo is a good safe car also. Now that one's like that's a luxury one, and it like it that one's a very safe car, but it like with sometimes is like with the cars they'll have, it's a good Volvo's a good car, but sometimes sometimes people thought they put things in the car to break over time, or this will go wrong and that will go wrong. But so now they're saying that maybe that wasn't really the case, but the Volvo is like real good with safety because like the way the modern cars are, they're made to collapse or the cave in and crush, so it protects the people there and it's more aerodynamic. And these are like giant tanks, and they didn't have airbags and seatbelts. Oh wow, Rebel, really? Yeah, yeah. I can imagine. I can imagine. Yeah. So there we go. We have those. They look nice. Yeah, those look nice. I like the different colors, pastels, very nice. And we have that, very cool. All right, Rulia. All right. And I'm going to get into some alien topics, and we'll still also talk about the cars too. It's an American. Oh yeah, the green one's really cool. That's a person in one of the cars. Oh yeah, the green one. Yeah, yeah. I can only imagine Rebel, and like because these kind of cars, if an accident happens, you're dead. Like, from what my grandpa told me, and I'm gonna go back and talk to him again about it, like, and to see if anything he thinks anything changed, which doesn't make any sense what I said. So I'm gonna go back and see, like, because they're nice cars and people can drive them as antique cars and stuff. That's fine, especially in Cuba. But like, the newer cars are better at handling an accident than these cars, to make it simplistic. Yeah, SC, I hope everything goes well with your car, SC, because that sounds like it really got messed up. Like, that would be a cool place to visit to see the cars. That'd be really cool. The red's pretty cool. I like that. That's another green one. Mostly on one side, alright. Yeah, Rebel, that sounds like it was a mess. Yeah, that confirms what I was told about them. About the car you're talking about, Rebel. Yeah. Because and what SC's talking about with the different hail and stuff. Yeah, this is a gangster car. A gangster car. Yeah, Amanda, I know. Yeah. And that's a look at a Capitol building in that place. Yeah, that's the view. And here's some more green ones by this Capitol building. Really nice. Look at that one. That one's really cool. That green one. Yeah, those are nice. Yeah, Rebel, exactly, because the situation with Cuba is that they didn't import anything to them anymore or export any cars to them, so that's why it got like that. And yeah, they just said keep on exchanging the parts. Yeah, very good, Rebel. That's what I heard also. I mean, saw also. and heard from family. In Cuba, they're known for their cigars, and they have a certain type of tobacco that's grown there, and people love the Cuban cigars. Although, smoking's not too good for your health. Had some more of them lined up. And also, now what I'm going to do, we're still going to talk about the cars. And I'm going to talk about this alien story. And another two more things. And I'm going to go back to this. This is an interesting conversation. I'll be very quick. There's no rush or anything. I'm just saying that. I'm going to change the topic slightly, but in chat we could still, y'all can still talk about it, of course. But I want to get back to this for the people that stay around, and tomorrow also we'll talk about it. All right. So this is Yuri Geller. It's an Israeli mentalist has caused a stir by posting a picture of a naked alien in a Mexico basement. I don't know, the context of it. We'll get right into this. Let's see. A lot of ads. Renowned Israeli mentalist and spoon bender Yuri Geller has once again made waves with his beliefs of surrounding extraterrestrial life. Recently, he caught the attention of the English publication Daily Star by revealing a rather shocking photo of the naked alien allegedly taken in a Mexican basement in 2004. Writer Whitley Strieber, who famously claimed to have been abducted by aliens in 1985, authenticated the photo and shared it with Geller. So as I said, some photos and things can be fake, as I said. Taking to Twitter on August 23rd, Geller posted a photo with a caption that reads, "Dear friends, I received this photo from my friend Whitley Strieber. He claims that the photo is probably real. This is one of the entities he saw and was with." So Twitter, formerly known as X. Let's see. So this is the little dude. Looks kind of like a gray alien. And y'all not missing anything. That's the picture. Nothing's cut off. But yeah, so that's the little alien thing. And it got over 1,000 likes. So yeah, this is the alien creature. Allegedly. And here's another one. This is the full body. Twitter, formerly known as X. Right there. So this naked alien thing. Trigger warning, I guess. And it reminds me of a little gray alien, and real or fake, people could come up, the theories about it. Sometimes there are fakes, of course. Not every single thing's real, but this is just something interesting I want to share about some alien thing that I saw recently. And yeah, to me, I think, as we know about the interdimensional, the extraterrestrial beings, This thing, it reminds me of a gray alien, as I said, and it's the interdimensional beings, assuming that this is real, and basically that this gray was putting his hand on himself, and as I said, there's visitors from outer space perhaps, and also fallen angels messing with people. So yeah, I agree, Chad. It is scary. It is scary, and yeah, I totally agree, Rebel. Yes. And Geller also made headlines for photographing UFOs in Tel Aviv sky while rehearsing for Air Force flight. Additionally, he made a bold claim saying Putin's nuclear weapons will be stopped by aliens. Hey, synchronicity, chat. We were just talking about Putin and nuclear war. Synchronicity. Geller expounded on the authenticity of the photo, stating, "There are two reasons why he believes this photo is real. Firstly, the appearance of what seems to be a female, trigger warning, organs in the alien in the image, genital organs in the image. And also a rare sight to witness them in this state. Only a select few had this experience. And secondly, their trigger warning, alright, for everybody. Reproduction process differs from ours, as this alien was in an abandoned Mexican basement. It seems she emerged from beneath the surface, possibly by various purposes, and was caught off guard by night watchmen." Alright, chat, I'm going to play which I have been delayed 3 times because I wanted to do other things, but so basically, I will play the clapping sound for synchronicity, so everybody brace yourselves, lower the volume slightly in a couple of moments. Alright. Here we go. Alright, in a moment, get ready, chat. In 3, 2, 1. Alright. So, Geller then firmly asserts that this is an authentic photo taken in 2004. And friends, you can see this debunk, and the page reloads, and it, when I'm reading something, and rudely, yeah, so this is another, that's another photo of one of the aliens. It's very creepy, and Rebel in chat, thank you, Sarah, for coming in spite of you going flying, and you also flew with the spaceship, so you took 2 flights. All right, whatever. Oh yeah, Latina, that makes sense. Yes, so that's the alien. For everybody to know. We'll open this up again, chat. Right. And that thing, and also this thing. This is another alien. See, they're creepy, like, it's the theory of them being these interdimensional beings or the fallen angels, and, like, whatever they are, they're not good. And they give off an evil presence. I'm showing you all this for educational purposes, of course, from what I've learned. And one night, one of my black friends down the street and I were talking, and what happened was, I was in the house and it was raining and wanted to go over there for various reasons for the night, and I went over there. It was cold and rainy. It was nice weather, and I went inside, and we ate some nice like ramen noodles, and then it was a good time. And I was telling him like what I'm telling y'all late at night about the aliens, and he was like, yeah, like there's like a he was saying there was like a village or something, and they sensed an evil presence there, and there was some kind of evil being there. Because I was telling him you could sense these things from a long, like if it was in your area, you would sense that something's off, and like so you all could see that these things are strange. They're not in a bad way. It's not anything holy. It's something bad. So y'all picking up that there's something wrong with it is a good sign that y'all are on the right track, because there's people that are deceived to think that these things are good, but they're not. So shout out to chat, and that's another story to share. Yes, exactly, Sarah. It does line up with the Greys. It's very similar. Yes. Yeah, I think it's real too. Yeah, I also think it's real. I was just pointing out that I don't really recall any fakes I've seen actually, but I'm just saying they exist hypothetically. And but yeah, I agree it's real. And another time, we'll show it again. This is part of it. That's part of it. And that's another one. And here we go. This is and that's a full body image of it. It's creepy. And it was just coming up the stairs. It's a creepy little critter. And it resembles the Greys. That's another one I've not seen before. So that I've learned something new. Exactly, Sarah. I agree. All right. Exactly, Sarah. I thought that too. When I was a kid, I looked at different insects and things and studied them for scientific purposes, and learned things in school. And yeah, I definitely think they look like insects. And you see the eyes are just like a void. And it was just, they had the thing stand there. And yeah, it's like an insect. I agree. They're very similar to insects. But I said, I believe these pictures were real. I was just, as I said, mentioning that there could be pros and cons. Like, there's different, theories, and just be aware about different things. But basically, no. Yeah, I think it's real. Yes, and as I said, these to me look like the Greys. That could be one of the whites. It's a taller one. And it just said frowns. It doesn't have any expression to it. All right. Geller expounded the authenticity that they are two reasons why he believes photo is real. Firstly, the appearance of what seems to be. I read that. Yeah, y'all already know. Just going over that again. This is the part I want to see. Okay. This is the part I want to read. Geller's alien history. Now 76 years old, had previously claimed to have held a piece of a UFO nearly 50 years ago. He firmly believes that Western governments are concealing evidence of extraterrestrial life due to society's inability to confront the truth. Exactly. That's what I've been saying, and my friend has been saying for years. That's what we all been saying. on here, and the reason why they have been doing that. And he says, I wish the U.S. government would just admit, he expressed. Amen, Sarah. Facts. Geller recounts his encounter, stating that he was recruited by the CIA after senior officials were imprisoned by his mind control abilities, according to Geller. A former astronaut, Edgar Mitchell, the sixth man to walk on the moon during the Apollo 14 mission, accompanied by him the Gordon Space Flight Center in Maryland in 1974. It was there that he met aeronautical engineer Wiener von Braun, a former Nazi rocket scientist who joined the U.S. government's space program. After demonstrating his telekinetic powers by bending von Braun's wedding ring, Geller was shown an enigmatic piece of metal stored in a safe. The color, it's unlike anything I've ever seen, Geller recalled. It emanated an almost vibrant hue. When I touched it, I told Weiner, "This is not from our planet," he replied. "You're right, it's a piece of UFO that crashed into Earth." God bless you, Sarah. Have a very blessed, hope you all have a very, I know you all have a blessed and very safe trip. In Jesus' name, amen. And thank you for stopping by the spaceship. And you're welcome. You're welcome. All right. All right, Sarah. Okay. So the next thing I want to talk about is NASA may have unknowingly found and killed an alien life on Mars 50 years ago, scientist claims. One researcher hypothesizes that experiments carried out by NASA's Viking landers in 1976 could have inadvertently killed microbes living in Martian rocks. Other experts are skeptical. Yes, Sarah. Yes, Latina. It certainly is. I agree. I'm glad she came. All right. So we got some synchronicity situations right here. So first off, it talks about Vikings, and earlier tonight, we talked about Vikings. And with the Vikings, you know, because I was talking about the pirate game and how the pirates are Vikings and about the Kraken, because SC and I and Amanda were talking about that. So, and also they're talking about 1976. That's a date that the other guy did work with the CIA about aliens. So I guess 1976 was another alien year. All right, drinking some water. A scientist recently claimed that NASA may have inadvertently discovered life on Mars almost 50 years ago and then accidentally killed it before realizing what it was. But other experts are split on whether the new claims are a far-fetched fantasy or an intriguing possible explanation for some puzzling past experiments. After landing on the Red Planet in 1976, NASA's Viking landers may have sampled tiny dry resistant life forms hiding inside Martian rocks. Dirk Schulz Mac. Okay, I know this. I do. All right, I got this. Dirk Schulz Makach, an astrobiologist at Technology University of Berlin, suggested in June 27 article for The Big Think. If these extreme life forms did and continue to exist, the experiments carried out by the landers may have killed them before they were identified because the test would have overwhelmed these potential microbes. Schulz Macroch wrote. Alright. I'll drink some water again. I'm sounding like a desert in Nevada somewhere. Thank you, Amanda. Oh yeah, shout out to SE. Yeah, shout out to SE. Cool dude, man. Very creative, very talented. His channel is really cool. The Viking experiments. Each of the Viking landers, Viking 1 and Viking 2. A side note here, I had no idea about this Viking 1 and Viking 2. That's pretty interesting about how they did this. Carried out 4 experiments on Mars. The gas chromatograph, mass spectrometer experiment, which took 4 organic or carbon-containing compounds in Martian soil. The labeled release experiment, which tested for metabolism by adding radioactivity, trace nutrients to soil. The pyrolytic release experiment, which tested carbon fixation by potential photosynthetic organisms, and gas exchange experiment, which tested for metabolism by monitoring how gases are known to be key to life, such as oxygen, carbon dioxide, and nitrogen, change surrounding isolation soil samples. Yeah, Amanda. Yeah, I understand. In New Orleans, it's been more. We've been having rain. I was telling Amanda in chat earlier, we had rain finally, thank God. But yeah, it's still kind of dry a little bit. Like, yeah. But shout out to the air conditioning dude, Rick, and air conditioning working better now. That's why I could wear this jacket right now in the house. Because before it was like a billion degrees. Alright. And this is very intriguing to me, chat, and I'm learning. I was just going through articles and things that I would share with y'all that we all would find interesting. And the results of the Viking experiments were confusing. And have continued to perplex. I was just thinking of the word perplexed. Some scientists ever since. The labeled release and phosphorylitic release experiments produced some results that supported the idea of life on Mars in both experiments. Small changes in the concentrations of small gases hinted that some sort of metabolism was taking place. The JCMs also found some traces of chlorinated organic compounds, but at the time, mission scientists believed the compounds were contamination from cleaning products used on Earth. Subsequent landers and rovers have since proved that these organic compounds occur naturally on Mars. That is very interesting, and that is perplexing. However, the gas exchange experiment, which was deemed the most important of the four, produced a negative result, leading most scientists to eventually conclude the Viking experiments did not detect Martian life. But Schulz Makoch believes most of the experiments may have preceded skewed results because they used too much water. The labeled release, phosphorylic release, and gas exchange experiments all involved adding water to the soil. Too much of a good thing. Since Earth is a water planet, it seemed extremely reasonable that adding water might coax life to show itself in the extremely dry Martian environment. Schulz Makoch wrote, "In hindsight, it is possible that approach was too much of a good thing." In very dry Earth environments, synchronicity, Amanda, we were just talking about dry environments, such as the Atacama Desert in Chile, there are extreme microbes that can thrive by hiding in hygroscopic rocks, which are extremely salty and draw into tiny amounts of water from the air surrounding them. These rocks are present on Mars, which does have some level of humidity that could hypothetically sustain such microbes if these microbes also contain hydrogen peroxide, a chemical that is compatible with some life forms on Earth. It would help them further draw moisture and also have processed some gases detected in the labeled release experiment. Schulz Makoch proposed. But too much water can be deadly to those tiny organisms. In 2018, a study published in the journal Scientific Reports, researchers found in extreme floods in Atacama Desert had killed up to 85% of the indigenous microbes that could not adapt to wetter conditions. I didn't know that. I'm thinking of like the little sea monkeys. If y'all have had those like sea monkey things float around in the water, those little kits. That guy that invented that thing and did that's a whole rabbit hole. A whole stream about that guy and the sea monkeys. I had those before when I was a kid, along with a goldfish. Well, it was a goldfish and another kind of fish, too. Therefore, adding water to any potential microbes in the Viking soil samples may have been equivalent to stranding humans in the middle of an ocean. Both need water to survive, but in the wrong concentrations, it can be deadly to them. Schulze Makoch wrote. Okay, Amanda, thank you. I've not heard of that movie. Alberto Farin. An astrobiologist at Cornell University and co-author of 2018 study told Live Science in an email that he totally agrees that adding water to Viking experiments could have killed potential hygroscopic microbes. Hygroscopic, I've never heard of that before. And given rise to Viking contradictory results. I'm going to be right back. I'm just going to walk across the room and come back. It's very simple. I'm just turning a light off, that's all. I'm back. Controversial claim. This is not the first time that scientists have proposed the Viking experiments may have inadvertently killed maritime microbes. In 2018, another group of researchers proposed that when soil samples were heated up, an unexpected chemical reaction could have burned and killed any microbes living in the sample. This group claims that this could also explain some of the puzzling results from the experiments. However, other scientists believe the Viking results are far less ambiguous than Schulze Makoch and others making them out to be. In 2007, NASA's Phoenix lander, the successor of the Viking lander, found traces of perchlorate, a chemical that's used in fireworks, road flares, and explosives, and naturally occurs inside some rocks on Mars. Hey, I'm learning a lot of new stuff. And Amanda, I am going to get the Slytherinth one too. And so basically, I got this from Hot Topic. Yeah. The general scientific consensus is that the presence of perchlorate and its byproducts can quaintly explain the gases detected in the original Viking results, which has essentially resolved the Viking dilemma. Chris McKay, an astrobiologist at NASA's EMEUS Research Center in California, told Life Science in email. As a result, scientists who continue to chip away at the lander's results are wasting their efforts. McKay added, I disagree with their logic. He said, there is no need to involve strange new type of life, explained the Viking results. And I like both the Slytherin one and this one. And this one I like because of the red coat. Also, it was a nice design. And I'll have both of them. I got this coat in 2017. It was my birthday. And I wore it around my friends. It's pretty cool. It's from Harry Potter. It was based on Harry Potter. Yeah, so that's the situation with the Mars thing. That's really interesting. And we're going to take a little bit of a detour before I get into the C04 cities. And this is the cars. We're still going to talk about that. And also, here we go. I'm going here. And let's see. Alright. So, they probably have new stuff now. And see, like the one I saw, I got. Jacket. Yeah, it looks like they have different ones now. And like this is the online store, but like they have them in person. So, yeah, that's one of them. But that's not the one like I saw from the past. These are some newer ones. And it's pretty cool. They look pretty cool. And let's see. I didn't spell that right. Gryffindor. Letterman. I didn't do that right either. Alright. So, yeah, that's the one I got all those years ago. And also it's the Slytherin one. Which that's another one I'm going to get as well. Yeah, so that one. Yeah, that one. That'll be the next one I get. Alright. Yeah, they're cool jackets. Cool jackets. And oh, that's cool. This dude looks like an alien himself. Alright, so She says, "Alien reminds me of the football jacket she wore in high school. Our colors are red and white, so the jacket red just like that one." Oh, that's cool, Amanda. That's cool. Yeah, they might have some selling issues. Oh yeah, I love the Halloween store. I like that too. I recently went to Spirit Halloween. I like the decorations and stuff. I'll put up some content about that. That's pretty cool. Yeah, that's like Baltimore before he became the alien. I mean the just like his face. Like he has like reptilian characteristics in his face. But yeah, that was him like before. It was like the magic corrupted him. It's not like the nose and stuff. Like he was kind of under some kind of dark magic. And yeah, so that was pretty cool. And my girlfriend really liked Harry Potter also, and that's the Arabic sword. Yeah, and as I said, I'm going to do some lives of some future ones. Probably the next few ones are going to be about Halloween stuff and horror movies and things like that. And also, I'm going to talk about. I saved it for the Halloween season. Rebel. We're going to talk about the voodoo and the Haitian voodoo, and I'm going to react to the video he sent me about that. And things are doing down there. So that'll be more towards the Halloween, and we're getting close to that season, and that's why we're going to start talking about that. Right. Oh, Amanda, I totally understand. Yeah, he must have been in that chair for a very long time. Yeah. All right. And also, basically, yeah, Amanda, I'm looking forward to it too. And thank you, Rebel. Shout to him. And I already know about voodoo stuff because of studying about it when I was younger. And another thing is with nuclear war, something that I do know about is that they want to attack military bases and things that have to do with that and their specific targets. So that's something that I do know of. And now we're going to talk about something kind of cringe. There's something called C40 cities. And C40 cities have to do with a set of major cities around the world that has committed to the fighting climate change. And basically, with the climate change, they want to make these smart cities, and they're trying it out in New Orleans. Sonia Scrapbook and Atomic, They both were telling me about this, and there's a situation in New Orleans and that they're going to try to implement this here too. And this is the website about it. The C40 is a global network of nearly 100 mayors in the world's leading cities that are united in acting to confront climate change crisis. Mayors of C40 cities are committed to using inclusive, science-based, and collaborative approach to cut their fair share of emissions in half by 2030, help the world limit global heating to 1.5 Celsius, and build a healthy, equitable, and resilient communities. C40 supporters and mayors do this by raising climate ambitions through 1.5 Celsius climate action plan, support high impact accelerators, and fostering innovation. You're welcome, Amanda. All right. So, raising climate ambitions, building equitable, thriving in communities via global and regional programs. Building a global movement through robust international advocacy and diplomacy, scaling up climate actions, and sharing the best practices across high-impact sectors, facilitating access to finance for investment in green jobs and project improve resilience in cities. Exactly, Amanda. It's just crazy. It's the same problem in England. Like although I do like the, things in England and stuff, they're having a problem because they're dogmatic about the climate stuff in England. And it's like, I totally disagree with them on that. But, just these people are, lost. They really are. Oh, Rebel. Yeah, Rebel, like, when I was a kid, I went to the Six Flags place and I saw some of these monster people dressed up as monsters, and I thought they were freaky. And that's cute, Rebel. Exactly, Amanda. How about Oprah shuts her electricity off? I agree. Cities in the C40 network earn their membership through action. Our leadership standards set the maximum requirements for all members, cities, and safeguard the integrity of the C40 as a network of climate leaders. Membership operates on performance based requirements, not on fees, and every city in the C40 network is reviewed annually against our leadership standards. As I said, shout out to Atomic for sending me this article. plan. City has adopted a resilient and inclusive climate action plan aligned with the 1.5 ambition of the Paris Agreement and updates it regularly. Deliver in 2024. Cities remains on track to deliver its climate action plan, contributing to increased resilience, equitable outcomes, and having C40's overall emissions by 2030. Mainstream. City uses necessary financial, regulatory, and other tools at other disposal to address the climate crisis and mainstreams their equitable and climate targets into most impactful cities discussion making the process. Innovate. City innovates the starts taking inclusive, resilient, and action to address emissions beyond the direct control of the city government, such as associated with goods and services consumed in their city. Lead. Mayor and the city demonstrate global climate leadership and inspire others to act in support of the Paris Agreement. You see, these people are just absolutely nuts. Because of New Orleans and its, backwards ways, it's not just it's black people. It's also, there's a part of New Orleans called Lakeview where there's these wealthy white liberals, and they vote Democrat. So it's not like a black people thing, like people would think. It's these wealthy white people that are voting for this. Like, a lot of wealthy white people like these green energy things. Like the blacks, like, they're just working, trying to make ends meet, and just being regular, playing video games. Of course you got criminal ones. We all know that. But this is a lot of these white liberals here. I did not know that, Rebel. Wow, I didn't know that. Thanks for sharing. C40 mayors have been at the forefront of climate leadership for over 15 years, driving the conversation around climate action and environmental justice to place these issues front and center in our local policies and on the international agenda. C40 is committed to being an equitable, diverse, and inclusive organization, not only in the way we recruit, manage, and develop our international workforce, but also the manner in which we work with C40's nearly 100 member cities worldwide to succeed in our mission for helping the world limit global heating to 1.5 Celsius and building healthy, equitable, and resilient communities. We are working to deliver a future where everyone, everywhere can thrive. This vision can only be achieved with a diverse workforce and inclusive mission, they say. Yeah, Spirit Halloween Rebel can be very scary. I remember, I was at Spirit Halloween recently, and I saw how they have a lot of animatronics and things, and I remember they had this demonic Nephilim creature where you put your foot on it, and it jumps up to, 13 feet in the air, and it goes, "Stay out of my graveyard." And kids were frightened by it. So I could see why a kid would be frightened by that. I certainly can understand that. Oh yeah, Rebel. They have expensive stuff there, and but I like this stuff. I think it's cool, and also they have like the Texas Chainsaw Massacre stuff. I remember they had Leatherface, a giant one of them, doing the chainsaw thing. I like solar and I like the windmills and stuff, but like the screen agenda, I don't agree with. And you need gas and oil and stuff too. And the green, like Atomic and I were talking about how, like in an event of a hurricane, if everybody had energy cars, it's like if the power is out, I mean you're out of luck. Unless they invent some kind of solar car. Amanda, I like Party City. I've always went to Party City also, and I like their things, and I like the eyeballs and stuff they have there, and I love the hats. I love the hats, and I wear them all the time that I get from Party City, and also I like the decorations I put in my tree. All right, chat. So this is my safari hat I got from Party City one time, and I wear it all the time, and it does very well. See, it's married. It's made very well too. Just like the jungles. And the way that these hats were created was by the people in the Philippines and stuff had hats like this, and then they remodeled it to look like this. Latina, it was my pleasure to join you on the live stream. On your live stream, I liked the conversations that we had with the others, and I will be glad to join you again in the future. I'll be glad to join you again in the future. It's my pleasure. I was glad I was there and I enjoyed myself and I was glad to be a help. And you're welcome. Yeah, thanks, Amanda. Yeah, let's see what they're going to do from transportation. All right, Amanda, thank you. C40 of C40 cities, emission comes from transport. Source of air pollution is traffic. Cities will make a major area for cities' emissions by 2030. Transportation is the fastest growing source of greenhouse gas emissions and according accounts for 27% of global emissions. Traffic is the number one source of air pollution globally, and 9 out of the 10 people live with the unhealthy levels of air pollution. According to the World Health Organization, transforming the transport sector is incredibly urgent and has potential to be highly impactful. Mayors around the world are committed to making their cities greener and healthier and more prosperous place to live. They are working to make city streets and neighborhoods walkable and safe access to everybody and clean air to breathe. SC Wolverine's tripping. I agree, dude. C40 transport teams work with cities and mayors to implement a scale-up innovative and ambitious transport solutions. High-impact actions in the sector include making transit, walking, and cycling preferred option on trips. Really? Implementing restrictions on high-polluting vehicles in a significant part of a city. Really? Signaling the end of petrol and diesel-powered cars and trucks by promoting the use of zero-emission alternatives. Cringe. It's like I'm going to have to charge the computer, the phone, and the power banks, and the in the car before a hurricane. Cringe. Signaling the end of petrol and diesel powered cars and trucks by promoting use of zero emission alternatives. Latina, you're hilarious. Each electric vehicle that displaces a conventional car saves approximately 1.5 tons of CO2 per year, which represents a 62% reduction compared to a petrol-powered car, 50% reduction compared to diesel-powered car. Yeah, and as I said, Lakeview. Now, the people out here vote for Joe Brandon and the Dems, but also over in like Lakeview, the white area, they have Brandon signs all over the place. Like I said, they're just it's cringe. Now, my family used to live in Lakeview right before I was born, and then they moved out here. This area where I am, it's where my grandpa's parents were, and they passed away. She was put in a facility. I met her briefly, and she, died. And then he got this area, and they just moved back out here, and they liked it better out here. So yeah, but yeah, Lakeview is just it's cringe. It's like it's a place where people would dream of living, but it's in New Orleans, but it's like, people like this area is more like the classic New Orleans and more like the country, or more like the early settlers. It's pretty cool out here. Right on, Rebel. Exactly. Yeah, so all the stupid stuff of zero emissions, yeah, it's cringe. The C40 Climate Action Plan framework, C40's deadline to 2020 program, were created to support the cities and developing climate action plans that have the level of ambition and action needed to play the part in meeting the objectives of the Paris Agreement. To stay within 1.5 Celsius target of the Paris Agreement, climate action planning needs must drive rapid systematic change in the cities around the world. To remain within a 1.5 rise average per, 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 per capita, emissions across the C40 cities need to drop over 5 to CO2e per capita, around 2.9 to CO2e per capita by 2030. For wealthier, higher emerging cities, this means immediate and steep decline in current emission levels. Many rapidly developing cities can maintain a decade, and in small number of cases, there is some scope for emissions per person to rise slightly before the fall to zero. In cases transformational and change is necessary, the cities must diverge considerably from the current business as usual emissions trajectory. Alien, I think they want us to have electric cars and vehicles so that when there is an EMF, we all are trapped and can't go anywhere. Yeah, Amanda, that makes sense to me. I think that is likely another reason why they want that as well. I agree. It's nothing good. Yeah, Latina. Yeah. Emission neutrality. Developing a pathway to become an emissions neutral city by 2050 at the latest, and setting an ambitious interim goal in our carbon budget 2030 targets. Resilience to climate hazards. Demonstrating how city will adapt and improve resilience to the climate hazards that may impact city and in future climate change scenarios inclusively and benefits engaging in the community to inform the plan, outline in social environments and economic benefits expected from implementing the plan and establish way to ensure equitable distribution of these benefits in the city's population. Governance and collaboration, detailing the city's governance structure, powers, and capacity, as well as identifying the patterns who need to be engaged in order to accelerate the delivery of the city's mitigation targets and resilience goals. Yeah, this is terrible what they're doing to this city and other cities. This is a map of all the places that have this. Yeah, and I think that it's crazy that so many of these places have accepted this Kool-Aid. All right. Yeah, so yeah, these are all the places in North America. Yeah. My city, they're trying to do, and Mayor Latoya she's cringe. We've been a member since 2006. Huh. Yeah, so I didn't know we were a member for that long, but they're trying to implement more green nonsense and see diverging from fuel and stuff like that. That's a solar panel. The COVID-19 crisis. Thanks, Amanda. Thanks. The COVID-19 crisis has come with a dramatic human, social, and economic cost, and painfully reminded us of the fragility, the fragility of the world we live in. At the same time, the climate crisis is accelerating and demands urgent action as we start to rebuild our economies to recover from the pandemic. We must act with urgency to ensure climate breakdown doesn't become an even bigger crisis for global economy and our communities. Worldwide, as mayors of some of the world's most influential cities, we're determined to lead the way by divesting financial assets from fossil fuel companies and championing investments in green economy whenever possible. Thanks, Amanda. That's funny. I'm glad that you like the city. The financial case for divestment is clear. Current market conditions and the long-term outlook for the coal, oil, and gas sectors reinforce the risks to fiduciaries, and this is not just a health and environmental necessity. This is an economic imperative. Exactly, Latina. They do tell on themselves. Exactly. I agree. Through green investments, we will promote the transition to more resilient, prosperous, and sustainable economy. We will also use our influence to call on other actors to join us in creating the resilient and sustainable economy we all need. Now is the time for our governments and financial actors to step up their climate ambition by directing investments away from fossil fuels and towards sustainable industries that are necessary to create new jobs while protecting the climate. Yeah, this is all just a load of nonsense. Yeah, Amanda, there is a video of her talking about it, and basically what happened was she said the pandemic. Take all possible steps to divest our city assets from fossil fuel companies and increase our financial investments in climate solutions to help promote decent jobs and just green economy. Call on our pension funds to divest from fossil fuel companies and increase financial investments in climate solutions to help promote decent jobs and a just and green economy. Advocate for fossil free and sustainable finance by other investors and the levels of government, including promoting the importance of strong long-term climate policies and demanding green transparency. I know, Latina. She was at the press conference and she said the pandemic. They're so cringe. They are so cringe. They really are. To meet this commitment, we as mayors will take one or more of the following actions. Make a commitment to increase our investments in climate solutions and green economy to divest municipal investments from fossil fuel companies. Encourage the city or other relevant pension funds to develop a policy to divest from fossil fuel companies as part of a wider climate risk management strategy. Encourage the city or relevant pension funds to develop a policy to invest in climate solutions as part of the wider climate risk management strategy. Monitor progress and communicate this progress to C40 on another annual basis by requesting regular progress reports on how the relevant portfolios are managing climate related financial risks and opportunities. Monitor progress and communicate this progress to C40 on an annual basis by requesting regular progress reports on how the relevant portfolios are managing climate related financial risks and opportunities. Use of our influence to advocate for investments in climate solutions and divestment from fossil fuels by other actors such as private financial institutions and our regional and national governments. Divesting from fossil fuels and increasing sustainable assets is a long-term commitment to make progress on above actions upon endorsement of the accelerator. We will develop and share an action plan with C40. The first step may be to assess the exposure of relevant portfolios and fossil fuel companies and other climate-related financial risks, as well as green and sustainable assets, for example, by following the Task Force for Climate-Related Disclosures. Yeah, so that's some of the information that concerns us about the cars, the green energy, and the things that they want to do to the cities, including New Orleans. Exactly, Amanda, that they want to play into their hands to go and kill us off. I totally agree. This is cringe. You're welcome, Amanda. You're welcome. I remember, I like to talk about stocks and things. We've talked about it on here with Blankman and Amanda. And basically, they're talking about investors and stocks and things in this. And the green energy thing here, it's like, I'm not saying it's fine people want to invest in things. There's nothing to do with that. I'm just saying that these people, they're pulling off something obviously through that too. Like they want to get this money for these things that they're trying to do. And they want to turn everywhere like this, which is absolutely crazy. So yeah, just keep that in mind. That they say they're socialistic and stuff, but they're not. Like they're socialists, but which is not good. But they do also, like they say they don't care about money and stuff, but they do. It's kind of funny. That's all I'm saying. They contradict themselves. I always say they do projecting. Yes, Amanda. They want to do this everywhere, all over the country and the world. But they're starting with the gullible Democrat cities. And they keep talking about African youth. Like, they're using this as a racial thing also. And yeah, right on, Amanda. Yeah, right on. And yeah, the stocks are good for the investing stuff. And 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 whatnot. The Global Green New Deal lays out a set of principles to be adapted by cities worldwide and takes collaborative approach to climate action. The Global New Deal coalition is a vital part of the work and compresses political leaders, investors, business and labor unions, young people, civil society, and communities disproportionately impacted by the climate crisis and poverty. The Global Green New Deal is by nature a holistic, intersectional approach to climate action, recognizing that climate, social, and economic justice can only in the cities and communities we build together. Everyone will have the right to clean air, a living wage, good green jobs, protection from extreme weather, healthy local food, and a safe place to live, and green spaces to enjoy regardless of the race, nationality, and gender, sexual orientation, citizenship, and status ability, or socio-economic status. We recognize the global climate emergency. We are committed to keeping global heating below 1.5 Celsius, goal of the Paris Agreement, by curbing emissions to the sectors that are most significant contributors to the climate crisis: transportation, buildings, and waste. We are committed to putting inclusive climate action at the center of urban decision making to create thriving and equitable communities for everyone. We invite our partner political leaders and trade unions, investors, and civil society to join us to recognizing the global climate emergency and help us deliver on science-based action to overcome it. In Jesus' name, Latina, amen, rebuke them. Yeah, amen. Rebuke them in the name of Jesus. Right on, Essie. Right on. And I'm glad Atomic sent me this. A regionally diverse approach is essential to delivering equitable climate action. All voices must be represented and taken into account. A core component of C40's global Green New Deal ambition is our implementation plot program This program supports targeted engagement initially in 5 pilot cities, but will expand to more cities, focusing on delivering inclusive climate action, a just transition, and demonstrating what C40's vision for a global Green New Deal, including green and just recovery from COVID-19's pandemic, looks like in practice. Yeah, shout out the Rebel. That was hilarious. And very true. The initiative draws on C40's expertise to advance climate mitigation. And I have another theory, chat. They're going to probably want to try to make Russia a C40 city in Moscow. Because, like, they have it all over the world but Russia. And I think that it's good that we're standing up to this and exposing what's going on. Alright. So, and they painted it and marketed it like it's this utopia. Yeah, it's a good question. It should be in Australia, but it's not. You would think it would be in Australia. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It's a good question. Alright. Now, it's saying here... Now, I'll show you another map. They've been a member since 2006. So, I'm going to show you another map that's better. So, answer your question, the other map was a little bit misleading. Okay. those are two cities that are C40 cities. To answer Amanda's question, I love maps too, Essie. I love maps too. Yeah, so that's where it is. It's in the different parts of the world. All right, so there's the map for SC Wolverines and everybody else. And he's still going on. Facts. Yeah, so there it is. So the answer is C40 maps at 2014, and that's in Sydney and Melbourne, and other parts of Europe, and China. It's not really in Russia, doesn't seem. I don't know. And yeah, so it's a global order. I like maps and globes also. Yeah, hopefully Latina's place area stays cool. Like, cool people there. All right, I'll get to the definition of a megacity to fully explain it. All right. A megacity is a very large city, typically one with a population of over 10 million people. Oh, I have an old globe from my great grandfather, and it shows Russia as the Soviet Union, and it was from like it survived Katrina. I love maps and globes and stuff. Yeah, Latina, it sounds like it. That really sucks. Slices of pizza. Oh my god, Latina, that's terrible. Right. Alright, and this is the Cuban cars. Once again. Amen, Latino. Yeah, and also, so these are some more of the cars. And this is like a pinkish one. Some more here. Amen, Latina. I think they should be doing that too because, that's what I did when I was in school. I sold the candy. It's very good candy too. Nice caramel. Yeah, that's a cool green one right there. Some of the other ones. I said I would get back to this, so here we are. Oh yeah, yeah, Amanda, I know. It's unfortunate that kids are doing drugs and stuff. That's very sad, and it really shows the falling of our civilization. And I really, pray and heart goes out to those kids, and I think you get better guidance. Now Latina's area gets better. Amen. Bubbles is here, but he's too camera shy. Latina, I mean, not Latina. As I said, Bubbles is here, but he's too shy for the camera. and he just jumped off. My school, thank God, was a private school, so I don't. There wasn't problems with that. No, and also at the Catholic thing I went to when I was in kindergarten. No. Now, now one thing I can recall, yeah, from way back in seventh grade, there was this kid that was troubled, and he did some stuff like that with there was this car that was painted black that would come to the school and talk to him, and they would probably do something with that drug stuff, and he got expelled. And he broke into the school at night one time. So that's something I remember. But besides that, no, it wasn't like that there. Yeah, yeah, Latina's funny. Trying to think. And there was some like I'm not like there's people that like hip hop and stuff at the school. I mean that wasn't bad. And I'm trying to think. I'm trying to. Yeah. So, but there's no one selling drugs and stuff like what y'all are talking about. And just that one incident with that kid that one time, like there were some kids that were kind of wacky and they had to leave. Or one time, this girl she sprayed pepper spray for fun, and some girl had an asthma attack and they asked her to leave. The one that sprayed it. But yeah, there are some people at the school actually that I can recall that were had some issues with stuff like that, but selling the drugs and stuff at the school and gangs, no. It was a nice school. It just kind of was. They didn't always like keep up with it, like with the building. But now they do. After I left, they did, but not while I was there. I just had to think about it for a second. Yeah, had to think about it. Thank you, Rebel, for coming on the stream. It was nice having you here, man. Good night. And it's 314 synchronicity. So the reason why 314 it means something is because it's a pi, it's a perfect circle, and God is just like a circle. It's a perfect shape and it goes on forever. Yeah, SC exactly, and they also rigged an election against me a couple of times, like two times, like exactly. Alien lives matter. And my other alien friend, he was there too. Shout out the rebel and his family. I'll look that up, Latina. I'll look up both of them. All right. Right on, Amanda. Right on. And after I read these two Bible verses, I'll talk about some things with the channel and stuff in a moment. A Psalm of David when he fled from his son Absalom. Lord, how many are my foes? How many rise up against me? Many are saying of me, God will not deliver him. But you, Lord, are a shield around me, my glory, the one who lifts my head high. I call out to the Lord, and he answers me from his holy mountain. I lie down and sleep. I wake again, because the Lord sustains me. I will not fear through tens of thousands assail me on every side. Arise, Lord, deliver me, my God. Strike all my enemies on the jaw. Break the teeth of the wicked. From the Lord comes deliverance. Many your blessings be on your people. Amen. That's Psalm 3:14, and we're going to go to John 3:14. We'll look at all of them. In John 3:14 to 16. We're going to go there. And Moses lifted up the serpent in the wilderness, even so must the Son of Man be lifted up, that whoever believeth in him should not perish, but have eternal life. For God so loved the world, that he gave his only begotten Son, that whoever so believeth in him should not perish, but have everlasting life. Amen. We'll read that again, because that was really nice. For God so loved the world, that he gave his only begotten Son, that whoever believeth in him should not perish, but have everlasting life. Whoeversoever believeth in him should not perish, but have everlasting life. Amen, Latina. In Jesus' name, amen. Yeah, Jordan Peterson was actually talking about this. Wow, this is some synchronicity. Yeah, he was talking about how the snake is our fears, and the snake was on the wood, in the same way Jesus is on the cross. So Jesus dying on the cross mirrors this situation with the snake. That we fear this thing, like people are supposed to fear these things, and Jesus on the cross, that's very frightening to people, and that's basically a symbolism about it. And I'll show you another picture, and that's what Jordan Peterson was telling Joe Rogan about. Thank you, Amanda. I like teaching things about the Bible also. So that's Moses. So Moses made a bronze serpent and put it on a pole, and so it was. If a serpent had bitten anyone, when he looked at the bronze serpent, he lived. Numbers 21:9. And just as Moses lifted up the serpent in the wilderness, and Jesus was lifted up on the cross. That's why it's like some of the people that don't believe in Christ, like see some of the Jews, like it's right there, like what Jesus did mirrors the Old Testament completely. It mirrors everything. For instance, like there was Jesus Barabbas, which is Barabbas was the guy that was released into the crowd, and Jesus was the one that was crucified. So there is the high priest would sacrifice goats and animals and things to God for the sins of Israel, and the believers that believed in that at that time, that were Gentiles at that time period. So basically, there is a scapegoat. You ever heard that term, a scapegoat? And the goat that was slain. So Jesus Barabbas that was released in the crowd, the serial killer person, he mirrors the scapegoat that was released into like the wilderness, and Jesus mirrors the goat that was slain on the cross, because then they were named Jesus, like Jesus Barabbas and Jesus Christ. So that's another interesting thing for y'all to know about how the Old Testament mirrors the New Testament. Like people think, like some of them say, like Jesus was a thing that was like doesn't correlate, but it does correlate. And some people that get confused about, like they'll say, like why does God need to sacrifice His Son and not just forgive sins? Like some of them will say, and it's like the Muslims think. And I'll show you all this stuff. So and also basically, like the reason why God can't just forgive it is because people died. Like well, Adam and Eve betrayed God, and the penalty was death. So they took some animal and sacrificed it instead. So that's the only like way for salvation, is a sacrifice of death, because that's the penalty. It's like if someone commits a crime and they have to serve a sentence. Like God is a righteous God and a just God, so He must punish things that are wrong. And through Jesus took the punishment for us, so we would have everlasting life. A graphic warning, probably. Let's look at a painting. This is what I want to show. Alright, so graphic warning, chat. So this is like what they used to do. So people are like, why can't you just forgive them and stuff? This is why. So they would sacrifice bulls and rams and everybody. They sacrificed all the animals. because of Jesus, the animals are not sacrificed anymore, because Jesus took it for everybody. And the high priest would do that, and he would put the incense on the tabernacle, and the burnt offerings would go up to God. Yeah, so, and it mirrors the Old Testament. Christmas is coming. In the Bible, the scapegoat is one of the pair of kid goats that is released into the wilderness, taking with it all the sins and impurities, while the other is sacrificed. The concept first appears in Leviticus, in which a goat is designated to be cast into the desert to carry away the sins of the community. SC's hilarious. All chat's funny. All the comedians are here, like on this channel. I know, Amanda. And also, Israel is trying to bring back the sacrifices again of the red herring. I think, no, that's not what it's called. That's not what it's called. And I know the word because I studied about farming. The red heifer. They're bringing heifers to Israel for sacrificing. So Israel wants to bring this stuff back, the sacrificing, because they don't accept Jesus as the one that did it, unfortunately. But it's set up this way for eventually Christ to come back and show them, their errors. Like, he'll come and show them their errors because they're stiff-necked. They can be stiff-necked. Oh yeah, Amanda, I love goats and farm animals also. In SC, I love French bread. In New Orleans, they have Vietnamese shops, and they sell their Vietnamese French bread. It's delicious. Y'all would love it. And I want to try SC's food one day. I like cooking too, but SC, I like to try that. And he could, eat with us. Shout out to y'all for making French bread, though. I'd like to try all y'all's food that cook. That'd be great. Oh. Oh, because the last thing that I tried, my black friends down the street, is his mom made the best gumbo, and my eyes rolled back in my head. So I have faith that SC's gonna top that. All right, so Amanda says, do I grow herbs? Yes, I do grow herbs. And I suggest everybody grows herbs. Yes. Okay, and I'm going to talk about some stuff with the channel. Y'all are here. I'll also be going live tomorrow also. But so basically, anyway, the channel's going in a very great direction, and I like what's going on. And Bubbles' brother and Sparkles got 10,000 views. And also, I do like the idea with the Alien Lives Matter. I like that. And that stuff is going to come out. And I'm just getting different things together. And also, basically, another thing is that I'm going to... See, I've been working on different videos and stuff, and there's going to be more things coming out, more shorts, and more, like, sound effect videos and stuff. And let's see, the various topics I talk about on the channel. And over time, I'm, putting the different stuff together in Halloween specials, things like that, and different stories. And thank you, Amanda. And also, through the T website, I'll put the stuff on there. And it was mentioned about Stranded, and all of you also, besides Stranded, mentioned about the Spotify stuff, and I'm looking into that and how that stuff works to put the recorded stuff on the different platforms and things. And I'm working on different projects and stuff that y'all will enjoy and really like, and I'm learning about different things. And so the different stuff is coming out, like the things with Sparkles and Bubbles' brother, that came out like I wanted to, and the different scary videos about the different things that are going on, like say what SC was talking about the narrations of my the scary stories I narrate, and also the different alien theories. And a lot of the things I like to do is the lives, because in the lives I could do multiple videos in one stream, but I still have pre-recorded videos of different topics that I talk about, like the Russian stuff and things like that, where I play a game and I talk over it. So it varies. Like, so the different stuff is coming out, but the lives I really like also, because I could get so much stuff done in one stream. And yeah, shout out to everyone in the chat and everybody watching and listening to this. When it's a podcast, when it's a free recorded thing, if it's a rerun, shout out to all of you people. And this has been a great teamwork, like Steve Jobs was saying about how it takes a team to be successful with something. And we've all helped each other out with YouTube and drawn inspiration from each other, and I think that's a good strength. And I'm glad that we all help each other out, and we all are, and I'm thankful for y'all spaceship team, and that's where we all succeed together. I think that's a very good strength. So y'all are a part of this success with the channel. Like my friend and I would talk about aliens and things like that. That was important. And now it's grown into what it is now, with multiple people. Like at school, he told us that I'd have all these people all over the country and the world hanging out with me and talking about these things is marvelous to me. So even if I'm not at just yet the millions of subscribers or thousands of subscribers, we're getting there, and we're making good headway. And the ads brought in a lot of, which I'll still run more, brought in a lot of cool people and good testimonies, and that helped out. And the Mothman thing, people liked those videos, the ones that I was talking about, the Mothman stories, that did very well. So yeah, with the channel analysis of what's going on, I like the projected growth. It's going good. Okay, SC, I'll be looking forward to that, and I'm glad that you didn't forget about it, and I knew that you had a lot going on. And I wrote my part, that first part, and you could write your part and I'll write my part. We'll go back and forth. And I like the collaboration. I've not really have done that before. I just kind of wrote stuff on my own, but I like the collaboration. I'm starting to get the hang of it. And Amanda, your channel's lovely. I really like the stuff you put out, the content, and I'm going to go back and see the other things you've uploaded I've not seen yet. And you're welcome. I'm glad that we were inspiration for you to do that with YouTube. And you know, SE, and also basically, SE, I want to say is that there's people at school that I've known at my school. Nothing against them, no hate, and they for some reason don't keep in touch with me. In their channels, I'm not going to mention them because we don't talk. I don't talk to them. They don't have. They have like 50 and less subscribers, but you, SE, you got over 100, and I and others gave you good advice, and you just keep on going and pursuing it, and you reap what you sowed, and you'll keep on getting more. So that's why, I'm glad that we met, and I was able to to contribute to your channel as much. Also, you contribute to mine, and you with your own effort, your own style, you kept pursuing it and not giving up. All right, SC, understood. And Latina says, importantly, we did each voluntarily and not against our will. The wicked agendas are forced people against their will and do things that they really don't want to do. Exactly, Latina. My cousin and I were talking about that before he passed away. I was just reading the other night, Synchronicity. And also, basically, like, he was telling me, like, with my sister that doesn't believe in Christ, she may believe in it now, but back then she didn't. He told me that God doesn't want, blind obedience, that people to choose it through their free will. And that's right, Latina. Evil is the opposite of good. Like, God wears white, Satan's going to wear black. God wants man and woman, Satan's going to want man and man. So it's like, that's how it works, Latina. So that's why it's good that we do it voluntarily through our free will. Exactly. I totally agree. And that's good that the Spirit has revealed that to you as well. Amanda, I'm glad you're having a lot of fun. I'm glad you're going to work on it this weekend, Essie. Thank you. Yeah, Essie, you're welcome. Yeah, slow growth is better than none yet. And also with YouTube, and before, like, around 2019, I remember I took videos and watched videos of creators and how it's done from other YouTubers and stuff, and that they all say that it takes time, consistently post videos, and that eventually you'll get an audience, and it happens over time. Like, Rome wasn't built in a day, except if you have AI as a joke. That's a joke. And so it takes time, and like some of these gurus and stuff, like, they'll say things that I like some of the things they say, and like they'll say, like, regular people just give up too easily, but a few people will just hang in there and keep trying. And even if something doesn't work out, never be afraid to fail at something, because it's better than not trying at all. Failure is better than just playing it safe. And somehow things will work out. And Amanda mentioned about the ads. So ads don't have to cost a lot, but they can. Like, say, I'll explain in a moment. So, this is how it works. with the ads, like YouTube has an algorithm, and you can be able to get videos like up at the top. And what happens is you can choose like a video campaign, and there's videos about it, but I'll explain. And then you can choose an in-stream ad where it will, like these videos we see, these ads that play before a video, or you can have it as a, like on the side on the videos, you could click off the page. Well, usually the in-stream ads, they want you to click off the page and go to another area, like the video that plays before a video you're watching. And a display ad is like, you'll see it on the side. It'll come up there on the side of the other videos in the bottom, or when you're searching for something on YouTube and you see a video that pops at the top. Those are two examples. And if you're like selling something, it's best to have it like an in-stream ad to click off to another page. The other one would be too complicated. But with the YouTube channel discovery, either way works, but I use, and it's recommended to use the other one, it's a little bit cheaper, where, of course it varies. So like it'll, like someone's searching for dogs and they see your video on top of the other videos. That's a discovery ad. Okay, Latina, good night. Thank you for coming. And I see what you said. Thank you. And also, so what you do is you can target different countries. And you can set a budget. You could do $5, $1, hypothetically a couple of cents a day. $5 or $3 you could start off with. You could do it for 3 days. Like you have to set like a limit. Like there's two different types. There's an ad that the entire ad budget. Don't go with that one. Go with the daily budget. So you just go like $5 a day for 3 days or a week. So it won't go anywhere past $5 a day. Sometimes a little bit over, but that's it. And you could say cost per click. So say if something costs, you say 5 cents per click. So each time someone clicks on something for 5 cents, so 5 cents, 5 cents, 5 cents until it reaches $1. And you could go as much or as little as you want. And then that's how you get followers to your channel. I remember like when I did it, and I've done it off and on, but my consistent campaign was like last year and earlier this year. Was like, I remember it was like 100, then it went to 200, then it went to 300, and with the shorts and stuff, it's like at nearly 600 now. So like, oh yeah, like I remember throughout the day, I'd reload the page just for fun. I'd watch the subscribers grow and grow and grow, and I would look on my phone and I would see the subscribers coming through. So that's a good way. And I remember like the Nibiru video, I got it to 6,000 clicks. So 6,000 people saw the ad. And people commented from all over the place. And the alien stuff. And people, like Christians and things. And people were like, I was doing the Lord's work, and they were telling me about their testimonies and different cryptids that have not been detected before. Like these monkey ape creatures that are white with black eyes that graphically eat people. I mean, I saw all these things, and I like doing that. I really enjoyed it. So I share with you all this information, so if you all were interested in doing that on your own, that's fine. And it does work. It works for me. And it takes time with that, too. And that's something interesting. It gives your videos exposure. Yes. Yes, Amanda. And also another video I did, it got 5,000 clicks. And I remember from the Nibiru video, I got 50-something subscribers from it. And I didn't like ask people to subscribe. I just like, I didn't take that approach. Just giving people information. They could subscribe or not. Just, it's up to them. And yeah, people all over the place. And I want to warn you all, there's haters. Yeah, Essie, that is possible with the political stuff, that it might be harder to build up. But I do think you could do political things if you want to, but you can also do something where you can also do the survival stuff. I think it'll be good to do that as well, Because if you did a channel where also in conjunction with the political stuff, you could do the survival things. And with the survival stuff, that would help everybody. And they would see you're conservative and you have traditional values and all. Then they'll go, you know what? I think that guy makes sense. Like, they'll like you and be like, okay, so why do you like Trump? They'll say. So I do think to focus on your other talents and skills is good too. Like, I talk about, on the lives, we talk about some of the political things a little bit. I talk about all kinds of different things, but yeah. But I understand what you mean, Essie. Yeah, and I like survival stuff. I learned with my friend, and it's good that Essie also likes to do that stuff too. Bubbles is playing. All right, Essie. Understood. Like, also, like, I delayed my lives because of the things with my grandma taking care of her. And I remember when my grandma went to the hospital, and I was maybe going in there with them, and I was wondering about the ads. I was gonna shut them down and not pursue that while I helped. I was going to the hospital with my family and seeing her. She's okay though, of course, but she had some issues, and that's where I stopped. I didn't do the lives just yet, and I paused the ads. But look, I had all kinds of different ads running. Another thing with the political things that I like to talk to you all about news and things that's relevant, that it's important for everybody to know about. But I also think nobody here, but some YouTubers with the political things, it's just, people may not need to know every single thing, and some people may be doing it not to do news, but to do things to freak out people and stuff, and it's like, or for the money or whatever. And I think that people need to also, these other things we talk about are good too, like the religion or the aliens and the different things and survival. And so I think, like, say, I remember there was some political thing going on, and 50 other political YouTubers had the same video. It's just, like, nothing wrong with knowing what's going on, and that's good. But there's a point where people don't have to know every single situation. Yes, Amanda and Essie, I also am glad that my grandma's doing okay. We're helping. We're doing stuff with the cats. Where I help her down the stairs, and she's been taking it easy, and I've been helping my grandpa too. And also, yeah, she's doing all right. And yeah, see you tomorrow, Essie. Thank you for coming. If you're leaving. And also, basically, what happened, I remember I was talking to Rebel in his stream, and I was with, like, Latina and them because I wanted Trey to go live, and he went live, and my mom was frantic calling me upstairs, and my grandma was unconscious. Yeah. Yeah, Essie, yeah, exactly. And also with the racial stuff, I think is ridiculous. Like, that stuff doesn't matter. People need to get over that. Okay, Essie, thank you. And I know I've mentioned we'll always do these late night streams, but I'm going to do other ones earlier. As I've said, I know I keep saying that, but I've been kind of busy with some things, and some stuff's been going on. But I'll still do that again because. And that's basically, like, what I'm doing. But yeah, my house, to get into it and all, it's all stairs. Like, small stairs to get up here. To get in here. Yeah. And Also, what happened to her, Amanda? So basically, what happened to my grandma was she had a stroke a little like a couple years ago, and some part of her brain may have been kind of having a relapse, but it wasn't a stroke. She was very, very tired. It was a day I remember. I was getting all these alerts that I was getting new subscribers from the ads and stuff and helping her with the cats, and she could barely move. She was very tired. So I think she passed out from being tired and could have had a small stroke. But she wasn't like sleeping. She was unconscious. Like some stroke slightly happened to her. And also they had the COVID thing, like she had COVID, and they had to keep her in this like goldfish tank, and she couldn't be around us, and she was like isolated. And I was telling the doctor, she needs to come home, and she said she would get her back when she recovers as soon as possible, even that day if necessary. They would give her some medicine, and she would be able to go. And just like a couple days later, I prayed, and she came back very soon. And she was back with her family. It is scary, Amanda. And I was like with Latina on some other stream. My mom was freaking out, and my grandpa wanted to bring her into the bedroom, and we're like, no, she needs to go to a hospital. And they came in, like the ambulance and the fire department came in and picked her up and like put her in the thing and helped bring her out. And it's hard for her to walk down the stairs. My grandpa's dad created the stairs. It's like these metal things. It's like retarded looking. And like it's a good stairs, but it's hard for older people, and they have some issues walking. Yeah, amen, Amanda. And also, basically, what she did that I was with my grandpa that night. I was with him up, so it's like next door. I was with him upstairs. It's a really cool place, and I slept over there. And I was texting Peach, and she was praying. And we were, I was there, and then I left in the morning and went back home. And my mom like went over there with her, and mom was kind of freaked out. It was like, because I stayed with my grandpa. They want me to stay with him, and she wanted me to stay with him. And it was like there was like she went by a graveyard, past a graveyard. It was like 3 in the morning. Like sometimes the enemy will attack, but she came out and came through. Like my grandpa, he had a heart attack and he had a quadruple bypass in 2017. My old girlfriend and I were texting about that. And also, basically, yeah, it's very scary. And yeah, Amanda, that it's unfortunate that happened, and I see you had to be carried out. Wow. I'm glad you're okay now. And basically, what happened was we saw her there, and we were having a good time. And she didn't really like it at that hospital. It was a New Orleans hospital. Like they usually go to the one in Metairie, but she didn't really like the New Orleans one, and she was very angry that she went to the New Orleans one. But that's the only one they could bring her to because it was the closest one. Like New Orleans said, it was white, then it became black. I'm not against black people. Blacks and whites get along with New Orleans. It's just, but it's not about race or anything. Just something she didn't like about the New Orleans hospital. And my grandpa, yeah, he had the heart surgery, and I remember I used to eat a hamburger and some French fries, and I ate a lot of good food there. And their eggs are very cheap there at the hospital. Everything was cheap, and I would text her and talk to her during the whole thing. And also, basically what happened was we had a good time, like in a sense that we were there. It was around October. Yeah, I can imagine, Amanda, that it must have been very painful. And also, what happened was we had this situation. I remember I would eat the food. I remember this. I remember when my friend and I were down the street and we were chilling, and I was watching some movies and stuff over there. And I was watching, it was Halloween, and I was watching all these Halloween movies from like Netflix, and it was like this woman and these people were on like this trip, these haunted houses, these sketchy ones across the country, and then and it's like, but they're a bunch of serial killers, and they're gonna go and like chop them up or something and bury them. And yeah, it was a scary movie. It was pretty good. Yeah, he came up to the fence and was like, "You want to come over?" I'm like, "Yeah," but I had to come back and be with my mom and help them with the hospital, where my grandpa was the next day. So I couldn't like stay the night. I remember I got my DVDs there and stuff. It was pretty cool. And I let my friend watch movies and stuff for free. It was pretty cool. And then what happened next was he, well, my grandpa was there and he recovered. Different people visited him. My aunt made some kind of a scene. It was kind of like he needed to go and change or something, or and then my aunt was just standing there, and it was like, come on. So yeah, so that was some strange situation with that, and yeah, so that's basically what happened, to me at that time, and I enjoyed it with my girlfriend. It was nice, and my friends and stuff, but it was unfortunate. I had a heart attack, but some good things came out of it. Oh, Amanda, that's pretty cool. I didn't know you served coffee at hospitals. Yeah, I agree. It is very good. You got ants like that too. Yeah, well. And what's that? Oh. Yeah, Amanda, I actually did. I drank Starbucks today. I got a. Remember, my mom was getting the Starbucks for herself, and I was like, yeah, I like the fall drink. So synchronicity again. Also, I liked talking about the different things. It's a resurrection of Christ, and I will do more lives about the Titanic, information about the Titanic in general. That's something more I'm going to do streams about, and also this season I'm going to do stuff for Halloween. Let's see. All right, I got. It was the new fall drink. It was an apple espresso. It was very good. And yeah, I was gonna end the stream anyway. I was just, we're doing some chit chat here, and yeah, that's pretty good. I like the pumpkin cookies and stuff. And thank you, Amanda, for watching, and also people that watch the reruns. And I like the different fall stuff, and we'll talk more about this tomorrow. Thank you all for watching. Okay, and good night.